Good morning. Well, we had an exciting day yesterday in the round of 16 even. I mean, many of the favorites ended up winning. Nickel, of course, made it through with their bye. Juicer did manage to defeat Goo by 50 in the end, but it looks like Juicer was just the stronger team, winning almost every set. Bramley, easy time over Shearson, won by over 100. Penalty for something, or maybe some score adjustment for something, don't know what it was. Rosenthal, we did watch them for the first couple of sets, but they cruised to victory as well, over 100 points. Fleischer had the big win and a massive score, 422 imps, and their opponents actually did score some, so this was, I think, the highest scoring match by, well, not a large amount. 343 to 222 is close, but over 600 imps scored total. But the big surprise here, Robinson against Bailey went right down to the wire. Robinson was ahead by 3 going into the last segment, and then Bailey was able to pull it out. So they won by 1. There were a lot of opportunities, I mean, for both teams to have better results, but congrats to Bailey. So they've moved on, but now they're going to be up against Fleischer today. And then towards the bottom of the bracket, let me get rid of me, we have Simpson defeated Hammond. Match was quite close for a while, but then the last 2 segments here, Simpson really put on the afterburners and blew past their counterparts, winning by almost 100. And Leibowitz did end up dispatching Hahn, even though that match was close at the start of the day. So taking a look at our matchups today in the quarterfinals, Nickel against Juicer. I think part of the plan is going to be to try and take a look at some of the teams we haven't seen much, if any, for today. So both of these teams will try and get in at least one segment. Maybe we'll end up kibitzing one of the Nickel players for the second set. Rosenthal against Bramley. We have seen both of these teams. I know, once again, Gavin's on Rosenthal. We will watch him some. Maybe we'll take a look at least one set from their match today. We're going to start out with Fleischer against Bailey, mostly just as a tribute to Fleischer's massive victory in the first round, but we haven't seen them. We did catch a little bit of a glimpse of the Bailey team yesterday. And then Leibowitz against Simpson. I don't think we've seen Simpson play, which is... that might be the team that has Eric Rodwell on it. I do believe that Rob Barrington was covering mostly that match on his channel yesterday. I think I took a look at a couple of the VODs, and sneak preview, I will be doing a stream with Rob at some point. Well, we're in talks. So at some point we will be teaming up for a stream for at least one session or a couple of sessions in the next few days. Or that's the plan. Hopefully we can make that happen. But yeah, maybe we'll take a look at Leibowitz Simpson as well. But for the time being, we're going to start with Fleischer Bailey. One thing that I might do is at the end of every day, so like 9 p.m. my time, which would give people about 14 hours before the matches start. Since I don't have a huge preference about which matches to watch, I mean, even in the round of 16, we had almost all the matches were excellent. We had a bunch to choose from that would have been great for content, as well as great for seeing what top-level bridge players do. But I think I would try and open it up to chat, and I feel like I've done a pretty terrible job of, I don't know, getting Twitch chat to actually vote on polls. I mean, despite having like 50 people in here, only about 10 people vote on anything. So what I'm probably going to do is I think I'm going to post a YouTube poll. That seems to get a little bit more traction, and I'm going to do that every night after the matches conclude. And I will put a link to the poll. Maybe I'll set it up like between the third and fourth quarters so that I can put a link. You guys in chat can click on it if you care, and then you all can vote on which match we start the next day with. So, if you want to see Nickel destroy the competition as the clear and favorite number one seed overall, then you can vote for them. And we'll check them out during the fifth segment tomorrow at the start of the day. Although I will have a bit of control as we move through the day. I mean, especially for the second segment where we want to kibitz a player that I think will be entertaining to watch, but also will give us a lot of insights into how the expert players will think and approach these problems. Matt is torn that Nickel has watched, but also feels like it would be amusing content to see the number one seed knocked out. It would be, if that was a thing that was going to happen. And I think we have an opportunity in the next round. We'll see how Nickel's form is against Juicer, because in my opinion, this is a match that should kind of go along the lines of like the Bramley-Shearson match or the Rosenthal-Ballison or Fleischer-Petrov. One of those matches where the team just absolutely dominated from not necessarily beginning to end, but throughout. So if Nickel is able to handily dispatch the Juicer team, then I think we're in for a really exciting semifinal match. You missed the last round yesterday. Did Klesnik's team get through? They did not. They are on the Goo team. So Juicer was able to make short work of them down the stretch. Things got close after the sixth segment, but they were unable to pull through. I think some of those players are still going to be playing later in the event on either mixed teams or senior teams, but unfortunately they did not make it. Either way, whoever made it out of that match was probably in for a bit of a rude awakening going up against Nickel. Hey, Craig. Hold. He'll be here shortly. He's working on sound. So yeah, we'll start with Fleischer against Bailey. I think the plan is going to be to watch the... we'll try and do just one table. I have gotten a couple of comments from YouTube viewers, especially VOD viewers, who have said that they really prefer one table as opposed to two. So we're going to do that. And we'll try and watch the table that doesn't have the sponsors.
Hey.
Hey, how's it going?
I think I'm having some Wi-Fi difficulties, so apologies if there's some hiccups there.
Okay, well, we'll deal with it if it comes up.
So now, which table are you kibitzing?
Well, you recommended Fleischer, so we'll check them out, and we're gonna watch.
I'm having some trouble. I can't even figure out how to get to this thing.
What is video stream? I'm gonna click on this and see what happens. Okay, it didn't do anything. Cool. Good to know.
Is there anything up yet? All I'm seeing is quarterfinal 1-4, no score.
Yeah, it's not up. It starts in 2 seconds.
Okay, great. Yeah. Oh, there we go.
All right, so Fleischer Bailey, we're going to take a look at whichever room doesn't have the Bailey sponsor, if we can find that, which is, here we go, Joe Grew, Brad Moss, Aaron Jones, Owen Lean. Let's get started. The players are ready. And so Grew and Moss do play a little bit of an unusual system. We'll try and keep everyone up to date on what's going on with them, but they play different systems at different vulnerabilities.
Yeah, they play a very aggressive precision, non-vulnerable, and I think they also play precision in fourth seat regardless, and they play 2/1 vulnerable.
That sounds right to me. So Joe Grew's one diamond opening bid. This is not a minimum by any stretch for them. They open a lot of just like, I wouldn't call them balanced 8 counts, but like good 8 counts. So Joe might have done the same thing without the Doubleton Heart Queen.
Yeah, as some of the viewers probably know, I just played a full day match against Crew and Moss in Louisville, so I've at least had some recent experience with their system.
Yeah, so a diamond by Joe, takeout double by East. We've talked about some of these, like when you have three small in the opponent's suit, oftentimes making a takeout double is can be profitable, even if you're 4-3-3. And so Aaron does that. Redouble by South showing hearts, one spade by West. Owen not comfortable jumping to two spades with his hand because he's 4-4-3-2 and he has this heart suit that is sitting on his right, but happy to compete with one spade.
Yeah, sorry, I'm a little behind here. Right. So,
Well, thanks, SHG. I at some point I do hope to get a real job, but yes, for now I am going to be here doing commentary for all of these events. I will try and do commentary when I have a real job. It'll be a little bit less, but I will do as much as I can because I've enjoyed it. I'm glad the viewers have enjoyed it
yeah,
too.
I mean, you definitely just have to balance your priorities, but I do have a job and I've managed to make time for this. So, pretty quiet start to the match.
Yeah, now I mean it's very interesting. I would say with Brad having to balance over Spade, he elected to balance with two diamonds, which
Yeah,
in a
it
precision
was.
style he could have ended up in a 3-2 diamond fit. I mean, probably not, right? Like it's pretty likely that partner's not 3-3-2-5, which would be the only shape that Joe could have a doubleton diamond here. But he could have been in a 3-3 diamond fit for sure.
Yeah, of course, if they got doubled, Brad was able to run to hearts if he needed to, and if he's on doubled at 50 a trick, as long as you take a few tricks, the damage is going to be pretty small.
Yeah. Well, the Jack of Hearts popping up on side is good news for Declare, so that is going to be 9 tricks. Plus 110. I mean, good start for them. They found their fit, they got out
Yeah, it's a
safely.
nice result. Yeah, 110 feels like a pretty good result if you're Crew and Moss.
Yeah, so pass by East. I'm sure Brad will open a heart. Um, I mean, second seat vulnerable, just a 10 count, but he has excellent shape, great heart suit. Should
I'll
see
say I
takeout
think
double.
West is a pretty normal takeout double, yep. And I think North is, probably going to redouble and plan to double anything that's not spades.
Yeah, now Joe probably has a plan because I imagine he'll expect something like two spades to come back or one spade to come back to him. And I think his plan was to balance with two spades if that was the case.
Yeah, that seems right. I mean, of course, um, unless Brad hits, if Brad doubles one spade or two spades, maybe consider sitting it with, a trump trick and a singleton partner suit.
Mm-hmm. But the auction has not really gone the way Joe was thinking it might go. Um, so now he has a bit of a choice to make over two hearts. I mean, three no trump might be a practical decision. With the opponents not bidding spades, you can be pretty confident that spades isn't a source of tricks. He tries four hearts with the singleton heart.
Yeah, I like it. I think most of the time when a partner is bidding too hard here, he won't have the ace of his suit since that's, like if he had really strong hearts that he could lead against no trump, he might be willing to let partner try to double it.
Hmm.
So, if partner doesn't have the ace of hearts, where are your nine tricks and no trump coming from?
Well,
There's just going to be too many things to knock out before your tricks are ready to go.
but the opponents don't have tricks either. Anyway, the four heart bid
Well,
looks
the
like
opponent's race have spade. The opponent's race have spade tricks.
no, they don't. East didn't bid spades, right? East bid a no trump, so we know partner has four
Oh yeah,
spades.
Right, but that's three spades, and if you have to knock out two other cards, now you're just down.
Okay, agree to disagree.
Yeah,
But anyway, we're in four hearts. I mean, on the surface, four hearts doesn't look like an awful. I mean, it looks much better now that this ace of clubs has been led.
yeah, yeah.
But the 5-1 heart split is going to cause some problems for Declare. I wonder how Brad's going to attack this.
Really, right? Because like you can lead a spade toward the king now. It turns out, they're both on side. Plan to cash as many clubs as you can, and eventually, just start exiting with stuff. And if you can take the ace of diamonds, a spade, a couple of clubs, and five or six hearts, there's your 10 tricks. You need either a third club trick or all of your hearts. I think he's going to be, I think he's going to be in okay shape to do that. Also West, if West doesn't lead a trump when he wins this trick, you can rough a spade. And if he does lead a trump, then that's, helping us to score our Jack to nine of trumps.
Well, we know the Heart Queen is on side, so I do believe West is going to win the Spade Queen. Maybe
I
win the
think
Spade Ace.
I think Brad is going to. I was going to say I thought Brad might try to cast some clubs now before exiting a spade, but he has the ace of diamonds entry.
Yeah, I think West is going to win the Spade Ace. I like this play. This might make it look like East started with Queen third.
Yeah.
So if Brad is trying to set up a spade, then he might exit the 8 later in the play and misguess the suit. So, I mean, West's first hurdle is he needs to work out to switch to trumps. I don't think that's too difficult, the way Declare has played the hand, as well as the fact that from the auction, he knows Declare has 4 spades. It's pretty clear Declare is trying to rough spades and dummy. So there's the trump exit.
Yeah, I think now Declare is just fine though, right? He'll play a diamond to the ace, play two more clubs. That'll
Oh,
be his fifth and sixth tricks, and he'll certainly be able to score all four of his hearts from there. He'll play a
well,
third club, he's still rough, he'll over rough, and he'll just exit with something.
yeah, I mean, you, of course, cash the ace of hearts first.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I think from this point, 10 tricks are not going to challenge Brad too much.
It does seem a pretty likely plan because unlikely that clubs are 6-2 between the East West hands. I mean, it's possible that West made a takeout double with 6 clubs, but pretty unlikely.
Yeah,
So,
I think he's going to know, that East is short in, at least one minor because he knows the spade count and he knows the heart count. But there's just not really anything else to play for at this point either.
well, I mean, he could still try and set up a spade. It's not like the opponents have tricks anywhere, right? But
Right, but he can do both, right? If East roughs in too early on a club, he can still revert to guessing a spade.
I, yeah, I don't think he actually could. But either way, this line of play is going to work
Either
out
one.
just fine. So club roughed and over roughed. Now diamond East King, who can tap Declare in spades and eventually score the last trick, but that will be 4 hearts bidden made.
Yeah.
So nicely played after
Yeah.
the very friendly opening lead. It does seem like 3 no trump was probably an easier contract to make on this hand north south, but they do just fine. I wonder how it would have worked out if West had found a different lead, though. Maybe we'll see in the other room. other rooms lagging behind us a little bit. Maybe no surprise. I mean, not necessarily just because a sponsor's sitting at the other table, but also because these guys are quite quick. Owen is a very fast
Yeah,
player. Aaron plays generally pretty quickly, and Joe and Brad are quite fast.
yeah, yeah. Joe especially, but both of them are pretty quick players.
Yeah, so double of a no trump by Joe Grew is penalty. Exciting. They really like penalizing the opponents when they're vulnerable, I guess. I'm going to quickly pull up their card just to take a look and see if they have any more definition to this. But that would be my suspicion, is that they really want to collect 8. Like, it's going to be so difficult when the opponents are red to score a huge penalty, and that's a big source of potential imps.
Yeah, I think penalty doubles of strong no trumps have become, I think not a majority at this point, but there's like a pretty large faction in favor of them because, everyone plays 14 to 16, especially when you play against a lot of strong club players. 14 to 16 really means like a lot of 13s. So it's really important to show that you have a good hand because it's just very often your hand for a game. And if you don't have penalty double available, you're really stuck.
Mm-hmm. Looks like they play penalty against everything. So,
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's just easier, right? Like, yeah, I guess you could vary your systems based on like a 1 or 2 point difference in your opponent's methods, but um, also like yeah, I think they probably just decided that it's really useful to have a pound level available, which it's not my preference, but I certainly understand it. If you're Brad and Joe, like playing against yourselves, you would want a penalty double available because there are no trumps or very, very frivolous a lot of the time.
for sure, for sure. Now, Joe has. Oh my God. I was going to. I mean, he spent some time thinking about this while we were discussing the merits of penalty doubles.
Yeah.
Jack of Hearts was like an excellent card to exit with um, because it is stuck Declare in his hand. So now he's able to rough the trick. Unfortunately, he now gets end played into leading a black suit, but he has gained himself a trick in the process. And now the Jack of Spades coming through, going to be able to collect a few spade tricks, and in the process tap Declare out of his last diamond. Good morning shift.
Absolute slaughter here, and we don't have any imps on the scoreboard yet, but I got a feeling pretty soon they're gonna start flying Fleischer's way. They've got at least two large potential swings in the first three boards.
Yeah, it's very possible. I mean, I do think board 2, North South should be able to bid and make game at the other table, but that has the potential for swing. And of course, when you get 1100 against the opponents and you're not vulnerable, that
Right.
feels like a pretty good result. It's all
Yeah.
thanks to that penalty
Yes, it
double.
does. Right. Well, that's the thing, right? It's an 1100 that's not really a possible result at the other table.
Mm-hmm. So, pass by West, a club by North, 2/1 at this vulnerability. East passes, decides not to overcall Diamond. He has seen the hand from yesterday where someone got in trouble by overcalling Ace Fifth and a
Yeah.
10 count.
Yeah, there's just not really that much going for it.
So, Spade by South, a no trump by North. I wonder how often Joe and Brad will raise on 3 in these spots because the North hand kind of feels suitable if you have it in your wheelhouse.
I mean, not to me. Like, yeah, you do have the strong spades, but I feel like the hand just looks so much like a no trump and not that much like a spade hand to me. I feel like it's better to back into spades by having partner bid, two-way check back kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't. I like raising on 3, but I don't like it on that hand, even with no diamond stopper. I think the hand just looks too much like no trump. So Owen's first decision is: does he put up the queen or does he put up the 8?
Sticks in the 8. runs around to the
Yeah, so
10.
double dummy, unfortunate, but a pretty reasonable play.
Well, it might end up coming back to him because Declare will have a
Yeah,
diamond guess on the next round.
that's true.
So club, East ducks. East could have hopped up to put Declare to an immediate second diamond guess, but allows partner to win, hoping for a heart through, which looks like the most natural defense looking at that dummy. Oh. I suppose a heart through was not the most natural defense.
It looked natural to me, but yeah, maybe you want I don't know, like maybe figure spade is more passive. I don't know.
I mean, maybe he's just thinking that Declare also is pretty likely to raise on 3, and therefore attacking
Right.
spades might cut communications between North's hand and the dummy.
Yeah, and I think Aaron here has done something that I really like, which is playing a spade. He knows the diamond layout from the tempo trick one, so kind of bending over backwards, not to take advantage of Owen's hesitation.
Yeah. I mean, also, partner did this thing by switching to spades. I think he's
Right.
just hoping that his partner is the one with 4 spades and that partner has hit upon the best defense.
Yeah, it's certainly possible that Joe drew a no trump with a singleton honor.
Yeah.
There's so yes, as you predicted on board two, the other table did get to three no trump. It made an over trick for 630,
Yep. Yeah, 3 0 looks
and
like a
board
pretty
one was
comfortable
pushed.
spot.
Yep. Yeah, and board one was a push with three diamonds bidding at the table, so a level higher, but same nine trick scored.
Yeah, now this hand could get very exciting because East West have this huge diamond. Ooh. Okay. Um, yeah, East West have this huge diamond fit. I was wondering if Owen might take a call, and I think that would allow East to bid quite a few diamonds later in the auction. Looks like now East is the one able to double the 2 diamond cubid to show his length, and now West will have a chance to find a save, although it looks a little bit less appealing from West side than from East side.
Yeah, I can't remember because I'm not even sure it came up during our match, but Joe's two diamonds may show exactly three spades if they're playing two no trump as a raise here, as many pairs do.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I think South, with just an absolute maximum for bidding one spade, he would have doubled if he had anything more. I suspect, you know, is going to have to decide here what to do. Like four diamond splinter seems possible. Partner will do whatever he does, but that, send slamming messages without getting above your spade game.
Yeah, I like making a try as South, as you say. Um, South does just have an absolute maximum. I mean, maybe we could argue that with more shape and fewer high cards, we could call it a little bit better of a trick taking hand or potential for slam. But here, in terms of values, he has as much as he can possibly have. He even has a 6 spade. So,
Right. Yeah, Queen of Spades, King of Hearts, Ace of Clubs is a pretty good slam.
yep.
And that's, possibly not even a cubit. So you got to do something. I mean, I think the alternative is to bid three diamonds to save a level of space. But yeah, I like the splinter that takes up an extra level, but gives partner a much clearer idea of what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Three diamonds could sound even like looking for no trump, which is not the message you want to be sending here.
Yeah. Now, I mean, additionally, one of the things you might be worried about is the opponents are about to bid a lot of diamonds. So if you don't splinter now, if you just start with 3 diamonds, you might not have a chance to show your hand later. So this does convey all of the meanings that you want immediately, at the very least. There's 5 diamonds from West. And so North now is put to the decision, what do we do? Obviously, this is a forcing pass situation. So North could double if he doesn't want his partner to bid on. He could pass. If he is encouraging partner to bid, which is what he does. And I expect Brad to bid five spades.
Yeah, and I think with that really strong heart suit that's going to supply some tricks. I like this pass, even though your hand is otherwise very soft.
Mm-hmm.
Partner's still allowed to double if he doesn't want to be playing at the five level, right? If Joe wanted to bid five spades, he could have done it himself. So, it sends the message that Joe's hand is somewhat defensive, but also somewhat offensive.
Yeah, I was going to bring up whether or not five hearts would be a sensible alternative. I mean, I like five spades just because we don't have a diamond void. Like, oftentimes when we splinter in this spot, we're going to have a void in diamonds, and I think five hearts should kind of send that message that, like, I'm still interested in slam, mostly because my diamond control is first round, not second. So,
Mhm.
diamond lead. East is going to get in and realize that there's no hope. Um, I mean, is East going to try a low club? Maybe ace in a club?
Yeah, I think regarding five hearts, Joe might have been able to bid five hearts if he had a hand that wanted to invite six level action from Brad. So, that makes Brad's sign off to me pretty attractive.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I think we are about to see Brad cash one spade and hit the play button.
Yeah, the queen of spades, just in case there's
Right.
jack 10 fourth on his right. I mean, it's not like he
Yeah.
can
Nine, eight,
100%
seven,
pick it up,
six.
but there are some chances.
Well, although he would be down then, right? Because he wouldn't be able to get rid of his clubs. I guess if he's at four hearts, you could do it,
Yeah,
but that's pretty unlikely.
yeah.
No, that's not even possible, right? Because then he would be, I don't think there'd be room for him to have both clubs that he actually held.
Probably
He wouldn't have
not,
double two
but
diamonds. He couldn't have double two diamonds if he had four spades, four hearts, three diamonds, and two clubs. That would be, you know, that would be totally impossible.
and West has just passed throughout with eight diamonds. But I mean, for Owen, that would be
Well, that
pretty
also,
normal.
right? Yeah, I think like the queen is the right tactical play, but I think if you pick up the spade suit, you were not going plus.
Yeah, so we do see the 13 big imps coming through with Joe Gru's penalty double available over the strong no trump in this room on
Yeah,
that third
one mil was
board.
also a nightmare. Down three, but 300, as uncomfortable as it is nothing compared to the 1100 that Lee and Jones went for.
Yeah. All right, well, East and West now have their own opportunity to bid to maybe a game. Um,
And Aaron with this, I haven't counted how many points it is, but whatever the East hand is, obviously was not tempted to bid one spade with a hand that just absolutely looks like you want to steer it into no trump. So they're gonna miss their 4-4 spade fit. Or yeah, I was gonna say, or possibly not if Owen bid them here, but yeah, they're
yeah,
it's a
now
little
Owen.
interesting here.
Yeah, Owen
Uh,
could have bid two spades over two hearts if he wanted to find the 4-4 spade fit because Aaron's expected to bid his major suits up the line. But
right.
Owen, kind of also similar to Aaron, feels like his hand should be played in no trump.
Yeah, and presumably three no trump should show either four spades or five hearts. Like otherwise, why did you go through check back? But it may not be clear to both sides of the table which it is.
Right, right. Yeah, that is a good point. There should be a distinction between this auction and just bidding one no, three no.
Right. Right. Like why did you bother with check back if you weren't looking for something? But Aaron might not have been 100% sure what that something was, so it's safer to pass, especially with a hand like that.
Now, it does seem like four spades would have been the winner today if they got there, especially with this diamond lead.
Losing just a club and two spades.
Yeah, with the diamond hook on side and the spades breaking, Declare is actually in pretty good shape there. Um,
Yeah, of course.
is
Declare can.
there. I don't think there's anything Declare can do. Joe's just going to
Yeah.
continue the diamonds, and there's no way to throw him in to get a club lead away from that king.
Yeah, he's going to hope that cash your rounds of hearts first, presumably, and then come to the spades and take this club finesse, but it's
Oh,
not
wait,
going to
wait, wait.
work.
He just
Oh,
did.
North, no, North is squeezed because, well, North, he's going to have to guess, right?
No.
North is going to have to either stiff the king of clubs or pitch a diamond.
Well, I mean, no, Declare just has 9 top tricks. um,
The Claris has 9 top tricks.
oh, no, 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 he doesn't. He doesn't. I'm misreading the graphic. Chat has misled me. They said, thank goodness the diamonds are blocked. It doesn't matter, right? North is just getting in with the
Well,
club king, and yeah.
yeah. Well, I mean, if South played a heart here, Declare then would make because they had a heart finesse. But if,
Yeah.
as long as South plays a club, the hand's just over.
Yeah. There's the club switch. And, I mean, Declare does have a guess at this point, because hearts could be coming in for 4 tricks, in which case he should reject the club
Right.
finesse and then play for the hearts to split. And Joe's 5 of diamonds suit preference, asking for no preference, doesn't give anything away. Like, Joe is mostly concerned with Declare having a similar type of hand with King Queen 10 of hearts, and or something of that nature. I don't know exactly what he was thinking about, but if Declare could have picked up the hearts for 4 tricks on his own, he wanted to convince Declare to try the club finesse when Brad switched to clubs at this point. So I like the 5 of diamonds suit preference saying, like, sorry, partner, I don't have the king of clubs. You figure out what to do. And hopefully partner works out not to play hearts. But it's only going to matter in a number of under tricks. Either way, not the result that you want to be scoring on the East-West cards here when you do have a making game available.
Yeah, and I think this is one that yeah, I think Owen and Aaron have played some, but not a ton, if I'm remembering correctly. So they're probably going to have some discussion um, after the segment about what exactly Owen showed with his sequence.
Mm-hmm.
Because yeah, it's pretty embarrassing to not know whether you have an 8 card spade fit or an 8 card heart fit on an auction like
I
this.
mean,
Like this is a pretty cheap auction.
well, they might know, but as you say, Aaron's hand does feel like no trump. Like, if Owen knew they had a 4-4 spade fit, he maybe should have been the one to put it in spades, especially because partner opened clubs, not diamonds, which is his doubleton. But if Aaron knew that they had a 4-4 spade fit, um, like, yes, maybe we should put it in 4 spades just because now we know partner has a doubleton in one of the minors. But still, his hand feels like no trump. I don't blame the
Yeah.
guy for passing 3-0.
No, no, that's very true. I think if you put that hand in front of 100 rejectors and said you have a 4-4 spade fit and partner gives you a choice of games to 3-0 trump, what do you do? Like, probably 95 of them would be like, what can I do? I pass.
Yeah.
Yeah, partner giving me a choice. That's
Mm-hmm. All right, 3-0 down 1, so another potential swing. Vulnerable. Going the way of Fleischer on this one. We'll see if they manage to get there in the other room. The other table is 3 boards behind us. I have to imagine that we're going to get some please wait for Kevin Rosenberg to finish playing board
yeah.
2.
Yeah, it's literal speedball pace. They've played 6 boards in 30 minutes, so 5 minutes a board.
Yeah. South passes. Owen opens a club in first. Hard overcall by North. We'll see a negative double by East. South wants to get out of this auction as soon as possible. He'll pass again. And
Yeah, I
2
think
spades by
North South are both
West.
done here, right? West will be. Yep. It's 2 spades is not up on my screen, but I would be shocked if West does anything else. But consider me shocked.
I am surprised because this should show 3.
Yeah.
Um,
Right, two spades. It's not really a jump. It just says partner. If you had responded a spade, I would have raised and been at least content about it.
yeah, and one of the main
It
reasons for
just goes a
doing it is,
normal opening raise.
yeah, I mean, one of the main reasons for bidding two spades on these types of hands is that it stops the opponents from actually being able to bid cheaply. Because we have an 8 card spade fit, we're pretty safe at the 2 level, and it's a very preemptive action. Now Joe Grew has been able to express that he has extra values, whereas if we had bid two spades, he might have been forcing his side to the 3 level, which could easily be a disaster, given that it looks like our partner is the one who has the missing values on this hand.
Yeah. Yeah, look what happened here, right? East thinks he's just balancing into a 7 card fit, where in fact East West have a totally playable spade game that they're not going to get close to. Well,
Yeah,
I guess
I'm
Owen is, now Owen probably has to do something, but this auction is going, yeah, this auction is going horribly for East and West.
yeah. Um Come on, Owen, get your head in the game. I
Yeah.
so I don't know. I haven't played a lot with Owen. I mean, I've never played with him in like a serious event. And I'm not sure what his like mental fortitude is. But if he's I mean like this is the type of set where we could easily be getting rattled having, dumped not only 1100 that won't be duplicated, but then we missed a game on the previous board that was absolutely cold. Some of the other results might not be great for us on some of these hands. Like we dumped a large number of overtricks on board 4 against Joe Grew, who was playing a no trump. So I think it's very possible that he's not feeling too great about the way the set is going and might just not have his head in the game.
Yeah, he and I played in, I think, so we definitely played in a 2-day national Swiss, but this could have been 10 years ago. And I think we may have played in a pair game or two around the same time. Yeah, we just we played on Steams together. He, even then, obviously he's had 10 years of high level Richmond since then. He was pretty tough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, obviously we're not seeing it today, but it's not like he's new to this level of competition. Yeah, the team, it was a fun team. It was Arno Hobart and Irv Lidvack, two Canadians. And Owen said he agreed to play on the team because he really wanted to play with Arno. For those who may not know the story, Arno was on the 1990 World Championship team in Geneva that was knocked out in a very controversial ruling. Um, and it broke him and several other members of the team so much that they just dropped out of bridge, even though they were, level experts. Well, it was the semifinal.
Wow.
Are you laughing at my story or something else?
Your story.
Oh, it was horrible. So there was. Do you know the story? Well, we've got a break here. This is an important piece of bridge history. Um, so they were playing against.
Wait. Hold on. I want to bring up the absurdity of this because it has been pointed out that we've only been playing for 34 minutes. So somehow we're already 30 minutes ahead of another
Already
table.
in stoppage time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, continue,
Yeah. So like the
please.
stoppage time is when the view graph is ahead of reality. Yeah. So they were playing in the Rosenblum, I believe. Yeah. And in the semifinal, they were playing against this German team. And I think what happened was the scoring had recently changed for doubled under tricks, right? That changed in the late 80s.
Hmm.
So they scored something as down 5, 1100. Maybe they scored it as like maybe down 6, 1100. Whatever it was, like they sort of screwed up the scoring, and it was actually supposed to be 1400, and that was enough to swing the match. So in the middle of the night, they woke up, called the director, said, "We actually won this match. The score is wrong. We imped it incorrectly." And they convened a committee, and they didn't rule that the match result stood because of timeliness. They ruled that the result was incorrect, but not manifestly incorrect. And the difference between manifestly incorrect and incorrect was enough to let the results stand. So it was enormously controversial at the time. And this Canadian team, like Joey Silver was on the team, I think, and he kept playing, but
Uh,
Hope her, who are top level Canadian experts, like one of the best players in Canada, that dropped out of the game for 20 or 25 years.
wow. What an anecdote.
It's a really famous story from those days in bridge. Like, if you ask any old timer about the Geneva ruling, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, those guys got screwed."
Mm-hmm. All right, well, we're into the next hand, so we will play through this one at speedball pace and then have another 5 minute break. Joe Grew opens a no trump. Brad has Stamened. Heard his partner doesn't have a major and is now Texasing into four hearts. So Joe will bid four hearts. I don't think Brad is quite good enough to take another call, but he might.
Yeah, is probably the way these guys open, non-vulnerable. It's not really worth it, but yeah, he's got to be a little nervous waiting for the dummy,
I mean,
or
maybe his
waiting to
plan.
see what the card example
Yeah,
was.
like maybe his plan was if partner has four spades, his hand might be worth a slam try. Now partner could have a small doubleton heart and we can rough the suit good. But playing in hearts, far less likely to generate enough tricks for slam.
I think when he bids Texas, he had decided not to make another try, right? Because if he wanted to, he could have gone through Smolin.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is going to be all of them, isn't it? Jack of Diamonds falls.
Yeah, the Club King popping up early cleared everything up for Declare.
Yep.
Yeah, and as you say, he's got four diamond tricks, so he can pitch all four of his spades.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Bailey is on the board. They have one imp on board five. When they made six spades instead of the five spades made at this table. Made 12 tricks in spades.
Schmeeble says he might finesse the diamond.
Sure.
Oh god. Okay. Okay. Which team did
You
you
might
bet
go
on?
down doing that. You could lose three spade tricks.
Yeah. Yeah. Wait a second. Which team did you bet on? How's this prediction looking?
No, you said your picks to win this event were Fleischer, and who was the other?
No, not Fleischer.
No, not Fleischer. Nickel
It's
and one of the
Nickel and
others.
Rosenthal.
Nickel and Rosenthal.
Yeah, but I mean, unfortunately, I didn't realize that there wasn't a round robin for seeding, or that something reasonable was going to happen. So they're headed for a semifinal matchup. I mean, if I had to pick between Leibowitz and Fleischer, I mean, we only watched a little bit of Leibowitz. It's really hard to say, having only seen a handful of deals, but Leibowitz has looked very shaky to me. The set that we kibitzed Zia and Corbel yesterday, I was not impressed. I mean, I think they picked up like 60 imps, so maybe I should be a little bit more impressed, but we haven't seen Fleischer yet. I mean, these first 8 deals that they've played at this table to me indicate that Joe Crew and Brad Moss are the best partnership in the world, hands down. Um,
Those guys are really strong. They're very tough opponents.
yeah. So I would have to say Fleischer. Not just because of their dominating first round win. Probably depended a little bit based on the strength of their opposition teams between them and Leibowitz. Like Leibowitz might have played up against a little bit of a more difficult team, but Joe and Brad don't seem to have done much wrong. Obviously, they're an established partnership that have been playing together for like 10 years at this point, maybe more. But Corbel and Zia seem to not necessarily be on the same page about a couple things. Dan had misplayed kind of an obvious game, or not game, but two hearts doubled contract, and ended up going down when he should have made it.
Yeah, I not only misplayed it, but misplayed it really quickly, which was, you know, ill-advised. Yeah, I think, also when you talk about the Fleischer team, Marty is a world-class expert in his own right. He's just on a different level from all the other sponsors, and that's a huge, huge advantage in these long matches.
Mm-hmm.
Marty's one of these guys who sponsors the team because he's wealthier than his teammates, not because he needs to pay them to get expert teammates. Yes, when you have, Marty Fleischer sitting at one table and Larry Leibowitz sitting at the other, that could be worth 50 or more imps over the course of a long match.
Sure, sure, certainly. Well, Bailey is on the scoreboard, so
Yeah.
Bailey has picked
Yeah.
up
Take
one.
an extra over trick. And this probably is, a push to one imp Fleischer's way. I think it's pretty unlikely they're going to get slammed in the other room.
Mm-hmm.
The fit is just a little too weak.
So, Robin, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate the support.
Over missing this one. Unbelievable. Yeah. 42 minutes in, we've already got 4+ minutes of injury time.
It's incredible. I'm gonna see who the culprit is. Let's take a quick look to see which table is holding us up. Um, oh, surprise, surprise! It is the Bramley team, who have scored a grand total of 4 imps in 5 boards in their match against Rosenthal.
Leibowitz is currently crushing Simpson.
Yeah, Nichols had a slow start. They're about even, but of course it is just segment 1 of 8.
Yeah, this is the team is a little bit of a pickup team, right? I think Granger and Wooldridge have played probably a decent amount over the years. Simpson and Rodwell, a regular partnership, but Wold and Conneru, I think, probably do not play a ton, even though I think they live near each other. They're
Wait,
both Texans.
Simpson and Rodwell are a regular partnership? How long has this been going on?
Semi-regular. Uh, a while. I mean, not, like obviously like Rodwell was playing with Mexter for all those years, but they played in, a lot of pair games, things like that. Simpson played the Meckwell notes when he played with one of his other partners. So, they're they over the years they've probably been playing together, several times a year for decades.
Huh. Is this the guy that Rodwell was playing with in Gatlinburg then? Maybe? Could be.
Possibly. What did he look like?
I have no idea. I mean,
Yeah,
I
kind of
never
like
sat
Blake.
against them. I just saw him at the turn. Oh,
Oh,
you know what? No, supposedly Rodwell lives in Nashville with his wife. Yes?
oh, interesting. He had lived in Florida for a long time.
Yeah, so he did because I think that was just a strategic move because to play with Mexstroth and Gavin or maybe Weinstein, I forget. They had all like gathered locationally in the same area, but now that that partnership had split up, I imagine he moved. But Kurt says that
Well,
he
the other
shows up to
reason,
the Nashville club with his wife to play.
interesting. But of course, the other reason to live in Florida is you're traveling a lot anyway, so your home base doesn't matter that much, and it's a low tax jurisdiction.
Mm-hmm.
And besides the GMTs, there's just a lot of bridge in Florida. It's a very convenient home base. But I
Yep.
think same reason so many pros live in Las Vegas. Pretty easy to get to a lot of tournaments, and the taxes are low.
Right.
I mean, Tennessee, I assume, is also low tax, but Florida has no personal income tax.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so Simpson used to play with a guy named Walter Johnson, not the Hall of Fame baseball player, who I either stopped playing Bridge or passed away because I haven't seen his name on a roster in forever. But I think Johnson used to hire Mexter. I think Simpson would hire Rodwell, and they would play. regionals and I don't think nationals. But I think Nickel always played, the Swiss or had his team play the Swiss. But they would play a lot of things, in that configuration. And eventually they got access to the Mech World Notes and started playing in a partnership. And, I think played it with, when they played with Rebel Extra.
Yeah, so on that board 6, where there was the 4-4 spade fit, Bathurst and Hurd for the Fleischer team did end up getting to game. And kind of along the auction that I would have expected. Like, this is probably what I would have done if I held West Sand. I would have bid a heart over a no trump, I would game force, and then I would show my 4-card spade suit to partner when he bids 2 hearts, just to check back for the 4-4 spade fit. Owen elected to not do this and just jump to 3 no trump himself. And, I mean, for one reason or another, that might have confused his partner, and they end up in the wrong game. So that was 12 imps going the way of Fleischer there. We're still waiting. Schmeeble thinks 2 spades should be a 2-suiter. I mean, I don't. I think 2 spades over a no trump would be a 2-suiter. Like, if you had a really distributional hand. Hey, Michael. Yeah, Craig is on with me for this set.
Right?
I don't know how much you're planning to do today, Craig.
I think the first half, but not the second, I have plans this evening.
Cool. Well, yeah, Michael, if you wanted to join, I did reach out to Rob. Thank you for the contact info. And we are working behind the scenes to do some collaboration.
Rob Barrington,
Yeah.
super nice guy.
Doing the USBF one at 7:15. So, okay, maybe for the third segment today, starting at like 5. My stream is more fun, though. That is so true. That's what everyone tells me, but of course, it's only the people who are watching my stream that tell me my stream's more fun. So I feel like I'm getting a little bit of biased feedback.
Yeah, as I think you do, just take the view that having a diversity of styles for spectators to choose among is a really good thing.
It definitely is.
All right, here we go. Then we have 10 minutes of stoppage time after 48 minutes of play.
It's actually unbelievable. All right, so East opens a no trump. He has not miscounted
Yeah, I
his
guess
high
we're like
points.
I'm just rooting for whoever's playing Kevin Rosenberg just to
Knock him
stop
out.
this nonsense.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing personal. Like I like Kevin fine. It's just purely my interest as a kibitzer.
Agreed. So no trump, 2 clubs. We'll see if West is determined to take another call over 2 hearts or if he just passes it out. My suspicion is he's going to be happy to just let 2 hearts float.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I think if he had caught a spade fit, he would raise, but here he's done. Yeah,
well,
I take it back.
he's bid 2 no, so he's invited. And East Hand with 16 prime and all working honors, happy to accept. How's this contract going to do? I mean, the diamonds, it looks like everything's bad for Declare. The Queen of Spades is on side, but that's about it. So Brad first needs to find an opening lead. Okay, this is a good start for Declare, but it might not be enough with the poor splits and diamonds and hearts.
Yeah, it just gets him up to 8. A diamond, a club, 2 hearts, and 4 spades, but I don't see a knight yet. And I guess maybe you can just drive out the diamonds, but North can put clubs through, and the defense can get those going.
I wonder.
News, obviously, Brad was hoping for better clubs in North, but this is fine too.
Well, I mean, Brad gets squeezed, right? So Declare has enough tricks now? This is three. He has three spades and three hearts.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't think
yeah,
there's anything Brad could do once he led that seven of clubs to the jack.
yeah,
I mean, it's hard for
yeah.
him to work out, the right plan and defense, and maybe there wasn't much he could do after a spade lead at trick one anyway.
Yeah, no, you're right. I think there probably wasn't much he could have done at that point.
Wow.
Um,
So, I mean, this is a really nice pickup for Bailey.
yeah, yeah, it's almost certainly a game swing. I don't think the Fleischer team is going to bid this in the other room.
I mean, I'm not so convinced that they won't. If West invites, then East has an accept. And I wonder if they're playing 14 to 16 over there. That could make a huge difference because opposite
Right.
14 to 16, I don't think West would invite. I think West would check out two hearts. But opposite 15 to 17, despite only having seven, he does have a good five card suit with that 10 of
Mhm.
diamonds being a big card.
Yeah. Yeah, and at East, I think, despite having a maximum, if he's playing 14-16 Notrom, like it would be insane to open one of a minor and rebid two Notroms so they won't be propelled into game that way. But yeah, as you say, if it's 15-17, West might invite and East would accept.
All right, I'm going to do something terrible. I'm going to click to go back into the no. I'll do it. I'll do it in the other window, so that if something comes up. So let's take a look through the replay because I mean the spade opening lead obviously blew a spade trick. A heart would have been best from Brad, I think. Maybe a club. Heart or club would have been
That's
best.
kind of clubs looks pretty good.
Um, but I don't blame him for leading a spade. So spade runs around to the nine. Now a diamond, and now he's end played again. If he just passively exits a spade, what happens? Because this seven of clubs, like, I mean, Joe could have played low on this trick, but he doesn't know. Um, Once Joe put up that jack of clubs, there's no way for South to avoid getting out of his own way. Like, even if he didn't give Declare that second club trick or pitch a heart, he was going to get end played out of one of them later in the play. So I don't think there's anything he can do from this point, right? Like, Declare is just cold. Absolutely. Diamond to the king. South basically gets squeezed. We run the spades and throw South in with a heart to score our queen of clubs at the end of play. That's one thing that can happen. So before
Yeah.
switching to the seven of clubs, could Brad have done something at this point? I mean, if he knew, if he had a better sense, like a passive spade exit, I can't click on the cards to play, unfortunately. So I can't like,
Yeah, the replay feature is much worse than bridge faces.
yeah. Um, but it might be the case that he's kind of just like always getting unplayed on this hand. I
So
think a club
meanwhile,
exit allows Declare to do the same thing. So even if he exited the 10 of clubs, it wouldn't have been good enough. A heart exit or a spade both seem safe.
we do have the next hand up.
Next hand is up. Okay. Well, I don't know. It's a fascinating position to analyze. I wonder if he could have done anything double dummy, but tough deal. Could be a game swing for Bailey, much needed as they've dumped another 10 imps. In fact,
Uh, 22. They got to four spades in the hand where they had eight card spade fib. You already noted that one. And then on this board seven, where Owen kind of perpetrated an auction, didn't come close to showing his values. They got to the normal game in the other rooms. That was yet another 10 imps.
yeah. Well, board 10 in front of us, a diamond, a spade, a no trump. Owen has to decide what he's doing. He decides to sign off two spades. So my suspicion is that these guys don't raise on three very often, because otherwise you probably shouldn't be rebidding a weak five card suit over a no trump like this.
Mhm.
That was that was an instant two of hearts lead, by the way. We're not defending a no trump. Joe just underled the ace of hearts. What a
Yeah, nicely
champion.
done. Yeah.
So I hmm. I mean, Brad needs to count a way to get up to enough tricks. He knows partner has the heart ace, and he has two more spade tricks. And he might think he has the diamond king, which he doesn't realize. But yeah, I was going to say I really like this
Yeah.
club switch because if we count him up, two hearts, two spades, and the king of diamonds is only five tricks. He needs a six to beat it, and he really wants to get a club ruff. That's going to be his six. So he doesn't want partner's ace of hearts to get knocked out because that's the entry to get his club ruff. He can sit back and wait for his king of diamonds at a later point in time, um, hoping that West is a little bit less distributional.
Yeah. And of course, he knows partner has, he can get in with the spades, and he knows his partner's entry for the club rough because, for one thing, if he had six hearts, he might have bid them, but also if Joe had a singleton heart, he might have put up the king.
Right. And so this is exactly so Brad has already counted this all out. That's why he put in the queen of spades or the ace of spades or whatever. Like some players might have played a low trump there, hoping that declarer just like flies king and then you score your three trump tricks this way. But Brad has counted his six tricks. He knows exactly where they are. Here comes the club ruff. He's going to score his small trump, cash the ace of spades, pulling dummy's last trump, exit a heart, and sit back and wait for his diamond king. And that's the plan. And it's not going to work. But that was really well done. I like what Brad did there. Unfortunately, Declare's hand was a little bit too distributional. But this all came from the
Yeah.
fact that Joe Grew led a low diamond, or a low heart at trick one, right? He found the underlead of the ace of hearts instantaneously, so there was no way for Declare to guess this. And, on top of all this, so again, I'm just making point after point for why Joe and Brad are the best partnership that we've seen so far. We haven't watched Nickel yet. I'll point that out, but I really think that leading low from ace fifth at imps is an excellent lead a lot of the time. Because one of the big ways that you can score extra tricks is by getting your partner rough. So a holding like, why do we lead ace from ace king fourth? Or ace king third, or ace king fifth? It's because we're hoping that we can cash the ace and king and then give partner a rough on the third round. We can score a trick with 0 high card points on our side on defense. That's helpful. Well, we don't have the ace king, but maybe partner has it, right? What if partner has king doubleton of hearts? Heart to partner's king, heart back to the ace, heart rough. So Joe's not trying to confuse declarer and make them misguess the hearts. It's an extra benefit, a side effect of the low heart lead, but that's not the main purpose for this low heart. He's really hoping that his partner has king doubleton and gets a rough on the third round of the suit. Robot would lead the heart ace and go minus 170. I would expect to score a club trick on defense. So 170 feels like a lot.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, I've talked enough about this deal. I mean, this was great. I really appreciated the ability to watch Joe and Brad defend this hand because I think they both did excellently. But
Yeah.
now we are on pause once again.
Yeah, I guess, as the event goes on, this also needs to be less of a problem because they have to wait for every table that's in play. So, 16 or 14 matches yesterday and eight today.
Hey DVH, I think we'll be able to handle ourselves. I mean, I plan on streaming on my channel as well. So I will still have my chat up. I'm still going to be happy to respond to questions from you guys or comments, and I will try and do my normal commentary when I'm collabing with Rob. I think for the most part, Rob tends to just play a host to a lot of his co-commentators, so he can probably work with just about anyone, and will be happy to kind of field me doing my type of thing. Now, I hope it doesn't get overcrowded, because my personal belief is that having more than two co-casters at the same time is just too many, no matter what sort of broadcast you're trying to run. So as long as we only have the two of us, I think it'll be perfectly fine. If we throw in like one or two other people doing the commentary at the same time, well, for one thing, I don't know where I'm going to put people's faces on my screen. I think I have like one little spot like right here that I can probably fill, but that's about it. um, Rob doesn't have control over my mouse. I hope not. um, yeah, we should be able to keep the commentary and analysis focused on what's going on. I do appreciate the stories. I mean, stories are great. And I have
Do you
promised.
know,
Yeah, go ahead.
do you know what segments you're going to be doing that?
No. He said he's busy for a couple of days, but maybe later in the event. I'm thinking possibly during the finals, or he said maybe even during the mixed. But I will. I have not had any communication back from him since we spoke this morning.
And tomorrow I'm not available at all, and Sunday I'm not available in the evening. So if you're bringing other people on, that would be an excellent time to do it.
Okay, Sunday morning, I have a guest. I don't know if he's planning to do both the first and second set, but he will be here for at least one of them. So I will
Cool.
keep you informed.
Yeah, who are you bringing on?
Luke from Into Bridge. He
Oh,
makes
cool.
yeah
He's
he
another
makes
streamer, I believe, right?
yeah he's a French streamer. Has a massive following on his channel for basically every French event that takes place, and a lot of European events as well. I think they mostly cover a lot of like the French teams. So like if a French team is doing well in the European Championships, they'll stream. If a French team is not doing well, they might not. But yeah, he also, as his day job, I think designs Leah and a bunch of the other, programming stuff for Into Bridge. He'll be a fun guest. I will have him introduce himself. I don't know how many of my viewers are all that familiar with him, but I think a lot of people. There he is. There's Luke. Great. Well, hopefully I did you justice with the semi-intro, but I look forward to our stream on Sunday, and you can just let me know if you want to do one set, two sets, or if you want to play it by ear, but it should be a good time. Okay, well, board 9. I mean, I'm going to pull this up and we're going to instantly get into to the next hand, but I just want to show the auction. We did have the no trump opening by Herd, which was 15-17, by the way, so alerted. Two clubs by West, Stamen, two hearts by East, and Bathurst decided, it's just not worth it. I got the worst possible response to my two club bid. Like, even if partner had bid two diamonds, it kind of makes my hand a little bit better because now we might have a diamond fit. He decides to pass out two hearts, which did make, but was not able to make up for the 600 points scored and three no trump in the other room.
I
15 minutes of
frozen 'cause they
delay.
didn't have Yeah, I thought it was frozen because they didn't have a new hand coming up, but nope, we're just still delayed.
Yeah, no, I always check the round clock. If the round clock is ticking down, I'm not frozen.
Oh, that's a really good point. Yeah.
Because I have been frozen a couple of times, and I don't know if it's Lovebridge's fault or my internet's fault or streaming's fault, where I have a bunch of like output packets that God, my chat is more of a programmer than I am, so I'm gonna say something dumb. I don't know much about networking, but I think it's possible that even if my internet is fine, I'm just trying to send out too many packets, and that causes like things to freeze. I believe that's the truth, and I will stand by that.
It's possible, but I also had some issues freezing when I wasn't streaming.
So maybe it's Love Bridge's fault. Well, here we go. So South opens two diamonds. They're playing precision. And look at this. Announced as 9 to 15, which is kind of their range. As mentioned, I've seen them do a lot of these precision openers with 8 counts. So I wouldn't be surprised if Jack had, or if Brad had the same hand with the Jack of Hearts instead of the Queen. He probably would do the same thing.
Mhm.
At least not vulnerable.
Yeah, really nice to be able to show your hand type so accurately.
Now, Owen, I happen to know, is a bit of a system freak. Um, Said in the nicest way possible. He, so I'm sure that he is well in tune with like what the right conventions are over a bunch of these things. He plays double as 13 to 15 balanced, or some big hand. Three Hearts Invitational by North.
Yeah, basically they're playing a multi-defense over this two diamonds, which seems sensible to me.
And Aaron gets off to a club lead. Aaron loves leading doubletons. I will let you all know. He's a huge proponent of just like lead your doubleton and try and get a ruff against suit
Yeah,
contracts.
as am I. I know. I know you don't care for it.
Well, Owen has flown with the Diamond King. He's trying to throw a little bit of confusion into the honor layouts of himself and his partner. Joe Grew doing the same, dumps the Jack of Diamonds underneath the King. King of Hearts, Heart to the Ace, third round of Hearts. And this is going to set up a couple of diamonds for East West when they get in with that Queen of Clubs. So spade to the ace. Joe probably just takes the club hook immediately.
And this is really just no big deal. In the other room, if they get to it, East West can make a diamond partial. So North South going down a trick or two here just doesn't really matter that much in the scorecard.
Yeah, now Joe, I guess, knows that the Queen of Clubs is off based on the club spots that were played at Trick 1. So, I was thinking maybe he'll just try the club hook and hope that the opponents mispick the position and don't cash out diamonds,
Mhm.
but I think they would figure it out. Um,
Yeah,
Now this last
of
heart
course.
squeezes West. West made a bit of a boo boo. I mean, had Joe preserved the Jack of Diamonds?
I see. Yeah,
Um,
West is kind of strip squeezed now. If he
yeah,
pitches a spade, he can catch the king of spades next to the diamond.
right. Yeah, West is absolutely squeezed, so West needs to, you know, hope that Declare misguesses.
Yeah, but this is okay, right? Because now he can, if Declare exits with a diamond, he can win and exit with a spade.
Right, but Declare could still have. I mean, Declare does this, right? Declare now just sets up his clubs when the diamonds are
Mhm.
blocked.
Right. Oh, yeah.
So he gets out for down one. I mean, nicely played by Joe to escape for down one. He's not going to gain a whole lot of glory for this in an imp match, but at match points, that would have been a pretty nice result to end up stripping West. I so I think like technically the defense can do better. I'm trying to visualize the end position that would be required. Um, yeah, so even if Joe had kept the Jack of Diamonds, West could have come down to like Ace Doubleton of Diamonds, pitching one of his high diamond honors, and then when Joe cashed the King of Spades and tried to exit the Jack of Diamonds, West could win and play a diamond to his partner's hand in the end position. So I think they always had a route to two down if they were careful.
Yeah, we're non-vulnerable. It's two imps, but it's just not that big a deal. But yeah, as you say, it was certainly available.
Well, we've been able to catch up to the other room with all the delays, so now both rooms are on pause while we wait for some of the other matches to catch up to us. Um, I'm going to take a quick look at the auction that was perpetrated in the other room because they ended up in three diamonds. West opened a no trump. So
Only
South,
three diamonds didn't make it. Wow.
yeah, South did not have an opening bid available systemically, so ends up passing. One no trump by West, 14 to 16 at these colors, pass pass. South doubled, four card major, longer minor, two diamonds by West. I think we talked about this the other day. When you open a no trump and you have a five card suit and you can bid it at the two level, just do it at some point in the auction because that's one of the main weaknesses of the no trump opener. You don't get to show where your suits are, so how can your partner possibly know when to compete? Well, here Bathurst happy to come in with two diamonds, shows five card diamond suit, three clubs by North. Josh Don just putting a little bit of pressure on. We saw him be a little bit aggressive, especially not vulnerable over the opponent's no trumps yesterday when he was playing in this match in their very close final sets. And he's doing it once again with only three card club support, but happy with kind of a fit in either major. If partner has spades, ace king doubleton is nice. If partner has hearts, we have a big heart fit. Three diamonds by East with four card diamond support, and that contract went down a trick. Looks like there's only four defensive tricks, but oh, there's a spade ruff, of
There's
course.
a spade
Of
rough.
course, there's a spade ruff. Yeah.
Yeah, I missed it at first too.
So three diamonds does go down one, and that is why we see a small pickup for Bailey.
Yeah. When I looked at it also, I didn't see the rough, and then I was like, how did they go down? And it was all right. Yeah, although of course, you know, a couple imps here and there, not what Bailey's looking for. Already stuck 28 imps with several very large swings going against them.
Right. You always want to be on the side of the game swings, not the part score swings. And
Yeah.
I mean, Bailey's done a good job in the second half of this first segment. They've shut their opponents out ever since board seven, making a little bit of a comeback, but the damage has already been done. Still a long match ahead of them, a long day as well. So we'll see how things shake out. But Owen gets to open a heart, 10 count here, favorable, happy to do so. One thing that I think is very important is that, and that I'm guessing a lot of players either haven't heard of or aren't familiar with, is like the weaker or the lighter your opponents open, the lighter you need to open to be able to combat their style. Because if you just let them open on every hand and you're still sitting here playing your like 12 plus high card points is what's required to open the bidding, you're just going to lose the match. You're going to bleed out. They're going to win every part score battle, and they're going to get to a lot of games and push you out of a lot of games that
Yeah.
the other table is just easily
Yeah,
going to bid.
okay.
Yeah. So, if your opponents are much lighter openers or bidders, you have to then become more aggressive yourself to counter their style so that you can kind of get back in the game.
Yeah, it's a really, really good point. Um, I don't think that's why Owen is doing it on this hand. I think this is just a normal one level opening for him. But yeah, it's absolutely essential not to let a really aggressive pair like Kuro and Moss push you around.
Right. So, yeah, as said, I mean, for a lot of players, this would just be an automatic one hurt opener. I mean, Craig and myself, certainly, and many of the other players in this event, but especially against Gruen Moss, if this hand is like borderline for your partnership, you just got to open it against them. So East West have gotten to four hearts, and it looks like a club rough is coming. How do they do this every time? I mean, Joe just hit on the perfect opening lead
Yeah.
to pick off partners King Doubleton of clubs behind Dummy's ace and finds the club rough. I mean, it's only an extra under trick. Four hearts was always going down on this deal, with North South having one trick in each suit, but the club lead really put another nail in the coffin.
Yeah. Yeah, on a hand where I think a diamond would be a very popular choice. So really nicely done by Joe to find the right miner.
Yeah. Now, it looks like North South kind of bid up to their limit as well with that King of Spades offside. North South also have a loser in every suit, but for them, it's kind of like a pretty likely scenario because if the King of Spades was onside, maybe one of these aces would be off in either clubs or hearts. So three spades was making just in, four hearts down two. I guess 140 would be par on the north south cards. No, three hearts by east makes because north can't lead a club.
It can. Oh, I see. Yeah, double diner is definitely a spade. But when North puts a club through, you can put up the ace and then play on hearts, and everything is blocked.
Yeah. Yeah. So three spades by north 140 is not par. Four hearts doubled by east down one minus 100. I can't believe they missed it. I mean, they got to par anyway. All right, what happened in the other room? Other room is still playing this board. I guess I can for the time being pull up the other room. Wait, can I? Oh no, this is going
Yeah,
to be
just
too
click the other
complicated.
table button. Just click on the other table button.
Yeah, I could. I could. All right, we're into the next hand though. Board 13.
All right, great.
So, Joe, first seat, vulnerable. This is not going to be an opening bid for him. He does pass. Two passes go around to South, who, uh, okay, he passes. I was just like, I mean, if someone told me I was 1462 and in third seed and it came pass, I would be opening. But Brad found a hand that he didn't want to open, and I think I agree with him. Well,
Yeah,
now we're on break again.
something. I mean, this is something that I think a lot of people, if they haven't played these light opening styles, may not realize. But if you're playing a light opening style in first seat, you don't need to open light hands in third seat because the reason to open is that your partner could have a pretty good hand. You could have more than half the deck in high cards. Except when you play this light opening style, you can't. So you're not protecting anything by opening lights on an unattractive hand like this. Where you see this 10-9-6, you don't really need to open because once your partner's passed, you didn't miss anything.
Right. And flip Brad's majors, and I think he would open, despite the bad diamond suit, because now he doesn't
Yeah,
have a
maybe.
rebid problem. But here, a diamond, a spade, Brad has a rebid problem. Like, of course he would bid two diamonds, as would everyone else, but you don't feel
It's
good about
locked.
that. Um,
And also, when you have a singleton spade, opening light in third seat is really dangerous, right? The opponents might find a spade fit that otherwise they would just pass out, and now you just lose 3 or 4 imps for no reason.
right. I mean, Owen had an interesting decision maybe in fourth, because of all the players who's more likely to have the best hand at the table, it's his partner, second seat vulnerable. He does have 11, he does have spades, but I was going to say all four queens. I mean, it really looks like all four queens to me when I stare at
Yeah,
that West
me
hand.
too.
But three queens, including two queen doubletons, he decides it's just not worth investigating with this hand. Let's avoid getting to a no trump and going down one to lose three imps.
Well, vulnerable, like when it's 100 a trick, the cost of opening incorrectly can get pretty high.
Right.
Non-vulnerable, maybe you just open and figure who cares if you go minus 50 or 100. Red, those under tricks can be really costly.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Okay. Well, I'm going to bring up the other table's result on 12 because,
Yeah, Phantom save, very costly.
yeah, but it wasn't just that. It was a little bit of a.
I didn't see the auction, just
I
the
I
results.
don't know, like mistrust of your own bidding. I'm not sure how to put it.
Yeah.
So West opens a heart. North, Josh Dunn decides to overcall two spades. I think Joe Grew overcalled one spade with the same hand.
Mhm.
Double by
And they
East.
played. It's possible Don and Bailey are playing intermediate jump over calls red, as many pairs do.
Well, so it is, and I'm going to touch on that a little bit because intermediate jump over calls are kind of implied when you're vulnerable. Like, you don't really want to be overcalling two spades on a preemptive hand. Now that one of the opponents has opened the bidding, it's much easier for them to double you. So, your range for the quote unquote preempt has increased a little bit. It might not necessarily be what you would call intermediate yet. There are some preemptive hands that wouldn't qualify, but yeah, like Josh should have some stuff for his vulnerable two level overcall. Like, I don't think he would do it with ace queen 10 6, then nothing else. The king of hearts, I believe, is an important card on this hand. But anyway, so like he bids two spades, double by East. South decides to bump to three spades. I would honestly say already a little bit questionable. The flat
Yeah, I
shape,
agree.
um, you know, a little bit of defense in the Diamond Ace and Club King, as well as the three hearts, all makes this hand, I think, a little bit unattractive, and the weak spades as well, in addition to the vulnerability. Like, you're not making a game. Yes, you make things a little bit more challenging on the opponents, but like sometimes what happens is the opponents are like, well, I can't go anywhere. They're vulnerable. Let's double them and see what happens. And that could be a disaster. But anyway, he bids three spades, pass, pass, back around to East, who doubles, pass, four hearts by West. And our partner, who's heard us bump to three spades, has said, I'm okay defending four hearts. I'm going to pass, pass, pass. South decides to take the unfavorable save. It was a phantom because four hearts was going down. In fact, two tricks if Josh Don duplicates Joe Grew's opening lead of a club in this room. But South decided to save. I think a lot of players kind of make this mistake that, like, we have a spade fit, they have a heart fit, so we should always bid four spades over four hearts. Not true. Not true at all.
Yeah, so I would, play a little bit of devil's advocate here. So I don't dislike that. It's not great, but I don't dislike the three-side call nearly as much as you do because East has made this negative double. If the you know if the opponents end up in three clubs, which seems somewhat likely with your hand, or three hearts, you're gonna feel like you need to compete to three spades, and once you feel like you need to compete to three spades, you might as well do it now.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, the bid is fine. You do have three trumps, right? But it's not
And an
without
ace and a
risk.
king, which is not nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Joe and Brad are in the midst of a precision auction. They're relaying,
Oh,
and
we've got yeah.
yeah, with Brad being the strong hand. So Joe is describing his hand. He has showed four hearts, four more diamonds. Oh, four hearts and four diamonds.
Wait, what hand are you looking at?
14.
Do you have 413 up? Huh, I do not have that hand up, and I refreshed and I still don't have it up, so it's very strange and annoying.
Oh no. Okay, so Joe has showed 12 to 14, maybe 15, we say, with 3-4-4-2 shape. We saw this from Woolsey and Bramley when they were having some of their precision relay actions. And as I brought up then, Brad could have anything at this point in the auction. He could be 6-5 in the majors. He could have this balanced 4-3-3. He could have any number of high card points. It makes it very difficult on the opponents to figure out what Brad's hand looks like.
All right, so now I've got it. I see we're up to catching up. I see. Yeah, so it's just been a series of one-way questions.
Right. 4-no trump to me looks like quant. It is, in fact. And Joe, with just a minimum, he showed 12 to 15. He has 12. His suits aren't even particularly great. He has no spot cards. He has an easy pass. So they've settled into 4 no trump. And how's this contract going to do? They have 4 diamonds, 2 spades, 2 hearts, and 2 clubs. Sounds like 10 off the top. As long as they can set up all these tricks.
Yeah, I think it's not going to be that outright. Two spades, two hearts, four diamonds. The defenses can't attack anything.
Well, they can attack spades, but it is true that Brad now can take the club finesse
Right,
into the safe hand.
right. Clubs first and hearts later to guarantee that your spade 10 and 9 are protected.
that that 10 of clubs from Owen. Oh my god. That looks that looked like such a suspicious card, but he was ready for it. He really wanted to say, "Partner, please don't play me for the 10 of spades."
Right.
Reverse Smith signal.
Yeah, I didn't play Smith, for the first many years of my bridge existence. I mean, I started playing it around the time I started playing with you, 2011 or 12, and it is so good.
It is. It definitely is. Well, so what can Joe do from here? I think that he's going to make all the rest of the tricks on a double squeeze, which will be fun to watch. So I'm not going to talk through it. Let's just watch. Who's playing this? Is it Joe or Brad? Brad. Brad is going to make all the rest of the tricks on a double squeeze. So yeah, let's watch how he does it.
Oh, right, because one of South's relays was Tino Trump.
Mm-hmm. So another diamond, cash the last diamond. What's he pitching from hand? Not that club loser, the 10 of spades. Very important to keep that 3 of clubs in hand. Now a heart to the jack. East gets squeezed. Down to a singleton spade. We cash the jack of clubs. West gets squeezed down to a singleton spade. Pitch the 9 of hearts and play a spade to the king. There's no guess in the suit. 11 tricks. Very well done. This is like one of those intro to double squeeze hands that you'll see in the Bridge Master series. Great series. Would highly recommend if anyone's interested in working on your card play or learning some new techniques. Go check that out. I think it's on Bridge Base Online. But that was like the basic mechanism for the double squeeze. So if you can spot that as quickly as I did or as Brad did, then you're probably close to being a world-class card player already.
Yeah. And one thing about double squeeze is a lot of them are just completely automatic, like so automatic that you can just fall into them by just catching your tricks and hoping something good happens. And very often that good thing is a double squeeze.
Yeah. Yeah. So, looks flashy. I mean, again, it's imps. It was only an over trick. Not gonna be written up in the bulletin the next day as the most amazing hand of all time, but still nice, kind of shows that you're on form. We have a little bit of a director ruling on board 13 in the other room. I don't know what happened, but I think that's what the little balance scale symbol means that I see on the scorecard.
I was wondering what that was. Is that what that symbol is?
I think it's some sort of adjustment. I don't know exactly
Yeah,
what.
it looks like a pair of boxing gloves to me, but scales is much more likely.
Yeah. Well, East West get to 4 hearts on this one. Owen deciding to overcall at the 1 level as opposed to like the 4 level maybe with his hand. I mean, maybe 4 hearts shows a bit more of a preemptive hand stylistically, and so he kind of needed to bid the hand this way.
It's not like you're worried about the auction ending when you hit a heart, right?
What? Why did we? Hold on. How confident are we that Owen's doing something reasonable? um,
I wasn't watching, but
okay, he does make 13 tricks. I guess his plan was to try and score a lot of over tricks.
yeah.
Um,
Oh, so you basically played it like it was match points instead of imps. And the contract was never in danger, so it seemed fine.
well, like, what if North had a stiff spade?
I mean, assist spade and didn't lead one. Who knows?
Because like a pretty safe plan would be to cash the jack of hearts, cross to the spade ace, and pull trumps, and we end up losing, at most two tricks in the minors, and maybe the ten of hearts if someone has all five trumps. Um, but we're 100% cold on that line of play. So this works out a lot better, and those couple of imps will factor in. I'm not sure. It looked weird to me to cross to the spade ace, but I guess his line of play has a lot of merit because he's scoring several over tricks on this deal. Yeah.
Yeah,
The more
yeah.
I
The
think
first
about it, the more I
rank is
like
not
it.
meaningful, but yeah, the three M's is pretty meaningful.
Yeah, I mean it would have been two because I would have taken 11 on my plan.
Oh,
Um, but yeah, the more I think about it, the more I like Owen's plan. It didn't occur to me. I mean, a lot of the times I think myself and I believe a lot of players will sometimes get lazy. You see like effectively 100% plan to guarantee your contract, and you don't continue thinking. But Owen's line wasn't without risk, but the risk was probably made up for by the fact that he's gaining two imps if his plan works, as well as it's still pretty likely to make the contract, so he's not risking much. Oh, this was the last board. This was board 15. So let's jump over to the other table where I haven't been. We do see Kevin Bathurst making what might be a more sensible approach to the hand, overcalling four hearts directly. I know Owen really doesn't really likes to get creative with these solid seven card suits, and so maybe that was his plan with the one heart bid, hoping to walk the dog a little bit. One of Josh Don's patented trademarks things that he does.
I think you're maybe just thinking a little too a little more deeply to St. Warrens. Like, you don't have really any possibility of a ninth or tenth trick in your hand, and you have a hand that's very suitable for three no trump. If partner wants to go that direction, right? There's no hurry to bid four hearts. You can do it on the next round of the auction as you did.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, like just four hearts immediately is kind of deciding what the hand is when there's no real reason to preempt your own side.
Well, let's see what Bathurst does. He wins the Diamond Ace. Bathurst, a very thoughtful player, as I've said many a time before. So is he going to unblock the Jack of Hearts first? No, he also crosses to the Ace of Spades. So this does seem like the preferred plan. Now, Owen elected to run the Jack of Spades next. I'm not sure if that's the best plan, but maybe it's okay. So there's the Jack of Spades, ruffed, Ace of Hearts. The
Yeah, so
spades do
Bailey,
come home.
yeah, Bailey not covering, you know, looks better, but doesn't matter since the spades are splitting.
Right. Yeah. I mean, maybe that was Owen's plan as well, because
Hmm.
South in the other room did cover the Jack of Spades, Brad Moss, I guess.
Right,
So it doesn't hurt. If you're planning to play for 3-3 spades, may as well lead a high one and see if they cover.
right.
But not bad. So a push board, four hearts making seven, both rooms. And let's take a look at the scoreboard after the first segment of play. So nickel against Juster is still going on. We can hop into that match in just a second, but they're close. Leibowitz is against Simpson. What is this first column? And why is it wrong?
Uh,
I'm very upset about this. Sigma stands for sum in mathematics, and it's just
yeah, so
off by
it's the
10.
match total. No, well, it is the match total if you look at the other three. Presumably, there was a 10 in penalty because you see imcorrection -10 on the right.
There is. I wonder what they did. Holy cow.
Yeah.
Oh my.
I would guess late player would be my guess.
I see. So then Fleischer
I
against
don't know,
Bailey, we watched. Rosenthal against Bramley has scored a grand total of 14 imps and 13 boards. Let's take a look at the nickel match. We have not seen them. I jumped into the open room. Weinstein and Levin against Dwyer and Dwyer Rimstedt and Wong. They don't have his name updated on here, but I don't know if that's a recent marriage.
I believe it is. So Kevin had been married to an Argentine woman, but that ended, and he's been with Cecilia, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think the relationship is not, not all that new, but I believe the marriage is.
Yeah. So South playing 3-0 on this board 14, where we saw Brad Moss was in 4-0 trump. Neither contract is going to be in much danger. And
I
with
think
Shan
I'm
having
going
pitched
to.
a club,
So I'm
declare.
actually going to sign off and do a little work between now and the start of the next segment.
Okay,
So I'll see you back at 1:45 for kibitzing time. Just let me know how the vote turns out if you were watching.
sounds good. All right, just you and me, chat. Craig is gone. So Shan could duck this trick. He does. Now, Declare technically has a counter to this line of play. He could make 11 tricks from here if he cashes 2 diamonds, pitching a club, unblocks the club ace, leads a spade, and if he splits, he puts in the ace and then exits a club to throw him in to lead away from his other spade. All right, Richard, get your work taken care of, and we'll see you back here in a bit. So we'll see if Bobby comes up with this plan. The ace of clubs has been cashed. He might exit the 9 of hearts now, and his plan would be to throw West in to hopefully lead away from one of the spade honors. He does that. I think this is a sensible plan, but East is the one who has both of the spades. Oh, but East gets squeezed. Wait, but it's fine because East just pitches a spade. Okay. Everything's fine. I'm back on board with what's happening. So West is gonna win the 10 of hearts. Switch to a spade. It's gonna go low Jack Ace, and then Bobby will have a guess to make about what to do in the spade suit. Does he hook West for one of the spade honors, which is percentage, or does he play for the drop? I don't expect him to take too long. It's only for over tricks. But he might think for a couple of seconds here. Cute line of play. And all these extra percentages add up, right? Like, for a lot of players, this might be a spot where you would say, have mismanaged how you cast your tricks, and that Queen of Clubs was pitched earlier. So Shan would have been able to discard his Club King and hold on to Queen Jack Third of Spades. But Bobby did everything in his power to give himself as much information as possible before he can make a guess. Garner would spend 5 minutes. I mean, we're seeing Bobby spend a lot longer than I would have expected at this point. What's the Kevin thing shift? Oh, speaking of the Kevin thing, which has very little to do with this match other than Kevin Bathurst, Fleischer did end up winning the first segment. I really wasn't excited. Oh, Dwyer Rimstedt. Well, a lot of couples nowadays, I think it's becoming not necessarily mainstream, but more mainstream to hyphenate your last names and keep both the husband and wife's last name. So it's just hyphenated. It's Kevin Dwyer Rimstedt because they've decided to keep both of the last names. I I don't know why it's not on the thing. I mean, maybe they had to submit the last name and the Hungarian Love Bridge site is not on board with this with this idea that you can have hyphenated names. I don't know. What did Bobby do? I wasn't paying attention. Did he misguess the spades? I think he misguessed the spades. We have seen quite a few players make the clear and obvious four heart bid, which Craig vehemently disagrees with. So I would like to note that everyone except for the biggest operator that's left in the tournament. You know, some people might think that that award goes to Zach Grossack. Absolutely not. Owen Lean, biggest operator in the tournament. Everyone else has just bid four hearts on West Hand directly over a diamond. Owen is the only one to have bid one heart so far, at least at the tables we've seen. Yeah, Sir Robin, it is absolutely not sustainable, and this is something that I'm excited to for time travel to be invented so that I can go into the future just to see like 150 years down the line how long people's last names are. Because it hasn't really caught on much yet, right? We've only had a couple, like maybe one or possibly two generations of this. I have seen quad hyphenated last names, though. I have seen people who have quad hyphenated last names, and I do wonder what the deal is, like when they have kids. Or is there going to be some sort of natural selection process that people choose their mates at this point based on how long or short your last name is? Just so that you don't have to fill out taxes for an hour by like typing your name out. Did Dwyer unblock the Jack of Hearts and then cross in spades? It looks like he might have. So he's the only one who hasn't yet gone for all 13 tricks by trying to set the spades up. Four hearts from Kid and Gavin as well. Yeah, I think four hearts is absolutely automatic and clear. Craig has some weird ideas about bidding. um, at some point in the future, when we get past this era, people will just invent their own last names. I could see that. Strong defense by Bobby here, pitching that Queen of Clubs. His partner dumping all of his diamonds has made it very clear to Bobby that he needs to keep both the King, Queen of Diamonds protected. So he knows he can't pitch a spade, therefore club is all he can do. He's just hoping his partner has that Jack of Clubs protected, and now there's nothing for Kevin to do. I mean, if Kevin had cashed the club ace earlier, there might have been some potential for a throw-in against Bobby. But of course, that would strand the entire spade suit, including the spade king. So I suspect Kevin might exit a diamond here, hoping that the diamonds split. It's possible. He might play for the Queen of Spades to drop. But it looks like he is going to just end up with 11 tricks. All right, let's head to the other table and take a look. Ooh, finally, we have a little bit of dissension. Jeff Hampson decides to overcall one heart. And oh my god, this is why nickel's so dangerous. Now, I do think the reason Jeff overcalled one heart wasn't to necessarily try and reach 3-0 trump, although there is some merit to looking for 3-0 with 8 tricks in hand, including a solid 7-card suit. But I think it was for this reason. He was thinking that there might be a slam if his partner has a really good hand, and he's kind of right. I mean, slam is making. So we've seen the same opening lead at every table. North leading partner's diamond suit that they had opened, ace of diamonds. But now here in 6 hearts, obviously Hampson needs to set up the spade suit. So he unblocks the spade ace, crosses back in hearts, and then now he has run the jack of spades. Pretty sensible through the opening bidder as well to try this, as opposed to, for example, trying to rough the spades good, see if they're 3-3, which we've seen a lot of players do in 4 hearts. But now what? Yes, now what? He has a decision to make at this point. He's gonna rough a spade back to hand. He's just trying to decide, am I roughing a spade with the 9 of hearts or with the ace of hearts? Against 3-2 hearts, he should rough I, just in case North started with a doubleton spade. Against 4-1 hearts, he should rough low, hope that spades are 3-3. So here's the spade, queen of spades. This might cause him to rough with the 9. I think it's very possible. Goodman, as one of the sponsors, might be a little bit less likely than another player in the field to find the false card of queen from queen doubleton here. You should always play a card you're known to hold, but of course, if South had played a low spade on this trick, Declare would know that North was out. So the queen of spades might have given Declare a little bit of a different view of the hand. Kevin has not completed play. Okay, there it is. There's 11 imps to nickel for bidding and making slam on this board. Well done by Hampson. He might have been the only player in the field to get to slam on that one. I think there's a way that I can look at. So Leibowitz and Simpson are still playing the first set. Couple boards to go. Can we... Does frequency do what I want? There's a little thing behind my face that says frequency down here, which I might click on. But we'll watch the play in 3-no trump on this board. So far, Gru and Moss are the only ones to get a little bit higher, but 4-no trump was fairly comfortable on their cards. Everyone else is stopping at the 3 level. If I click boards on the top right on the main screen, I feel like there's multiple ways to get there, but I will check it out. We'll see how many pairs ended up in the slam on that last board. But my suspicion is that Greco and Hampson might be the only one. It's not like it's a very good slam. It's probably adequate. But you do need to set up the spade suit, and then you also need to be able to get back to your hand to pull trumps. There were like 2 things that can go wrong, right? One thing that could go wrong is North has the spade queen. Another thing that could go wrong is that you mispick the position of what to rough back to hand with. So Zach Grossack adopting so far a very similar line of play to what we've seen from Bobby Levin in his room. He throws the Jack of Clubs, which is kind of a clever discard. Okay. Now that spade pitch means that Zach can no longer exit the nine of hearts. Ooh, is he running this? What was the nine of spades? What was the nine of spades? Holy cow. Also, what was that two of clubs exit? I This end position was less than stellar. What he could have done, hold on, I do want to pull this up. Can I do here? Wait, so where's the thing that said boards? I do not see it. This one. Here, let's go to the end position because I think this is super cool. Diamond to the king, queen of hearts, club to the ace, club to the queen, jack of hearts, diamond, diamond. So if, okay, I don't understand this nine of spades. This is ludicrous to me. The nine of spades. Like he could have led the five of spades, but it's equally the same thing. If East had mistakenly played a spade on her, Declarer would win and then exit a club to East, who would be end played into leading away from their other spade on her. So Zach still did have the ability to take 11 tricks from this position, kind of similar to the spot that Bobby Levin ended up in. Nine of spades, East does the right thing, in some sense, by not covering the nine. And Zach just has to be brave and run this trick, which is doable, but a little bit scary. Anyway, so he won the ace of spades, exited the two of clubs. This is what would have happened if East had squandered a spade on her earlier. That 10 of spades would grow up into a trick. It did not. Let's take a look at the last board in this room. A diamond, four hearts by Rodwell. I'll pass. So we're likely to see a somewhat similar result. Oh, interesting. So Rodwell elected to do something that no one before him had done, which was duck the opening lead. This forces the opponents to play trumps, and that meant he has a little bit more control over the hand. He will not make all 13 tricks by losing trick one, but it might be a little bit of a safety play. Spade roughing finesse is bad a priori. Dave says Gavin played it the same way, ducking a diamond at trick one. It's all like very, very small percentages. I think having now seen the play, which might not have occurred to me at the table, of effectively treating it like match points and trying to take all 13 tricks, I do like the way that both Owen and I forget who else it was, played the hands to try and set up the spades, unblock the spade ace, cross back in hearts, take the roughing finesse in spades, or play for 3-3 spades or whatever it was. Because those imps will add up over the course of the long match. I think other lines of play are also fine, right? Like, you're not going to go down, and it's just all about some level of safety while also trying to maximize over tricks. So last board played in this match, Leibowitz does have a tenant penalty for something. Maybe we can find out what they did. Pitching on spade jack is just strictly wrong. But what if South has 4 spades and North has 3 hearts? You can pitch on the jack of spades, ruff a spade high, pull trumps, and now all the spades are good. Percentage-wise, yeah, I mean, I think a big factor on this is that South is overwhelmingly likely to have the spade queen from the opening bid. So, when South is almost guaranteed to have the spade queen, it probably doesn't affect your decision that much. Whether you rough a spade or run the jack, like you can always like safely take the spade finesse and then decide what to do on the next round of the suit. But as you say, you will go down if North has 10/4 of hearts and a doubleton spade, of course. But there's nothing you can do against that layout. Like you can never make against that layout, so you kind of discount it. All right, where am I going? Score page, boards, 15, 1 pair, and 6 hearts. So in terms of tricks taken, there are 3 pairs that made 5-10 and 4 hearts. I'm just going to ignore the 10-10 because DeClaire was playing a different contract. There's 2 players that made 480, which my guess is that's going to be Gavin and Eric, because of their diamond duck at trick 1. And then there's 2 players who made 450, who just effectively took the safest possible line of play by unblocking that jack of hearts before using the ace of spades to get back to hand to pull trumps. So lots of differences of opinion. Again, I do feel like even in 4 hearts, I like this plan to go for 5-10. Oh, there was even a club lead. Not that it mattered. There was also 1 spade lead. It's okay, Shift. I understand what you meant. So where do the scores actually sit? Can we find out what this tenant penalty is from? Let's see. If I go into the scoreboard, is it going to show me some sort of director adjustment? No. So Craig's probably right. Someone might have showed up late to the match. So Nickel's up by 11. Tough battle for them so far. They're not looking super strong. Leibowitz is behind. They lost the set by 2, but they're back 12. But we've seen that from them. I think I made this mention yesterday that they tend to have slow starts. And you might expect after 2 days of warm-up playing a match that they would be all ready to go for day 3, but they might have another slow start. Fleischer is crushing, as they did yesterday. They are looking like the standout team for their side of the bracket in the 2-3 matchup. If Leibowitz has a slow start against Fleischer at the semifinals, it's not going to go well for them during the match. It's going to be much harder to make up 150 imp deficit against a team that's as good as these guys, as opposed to making up a 20 or 30 imp deficit as they had in their first round match. And then Rosenthal and Bramley have scored like 5 imps in total in their match. I don't even, what happened on their scorecard? The biggest swing was 6 imps when there was a double part score swing on a board. And then there's just over tricks on a couple of these hands. It's unbelievable. Hopefully we get some more excitement there. All right, I think we're into the second segment. I'm not actually sure we're into the second segment, but the room is up. Oh, it's probably going to tell us that we have a break. Oh, so what match are we gonna watch? Hmm. And which player as well? So we just watched Fleischer. I said maybe we would kibitz someone from the nickel team for the second set. Let me... No one has sat down yet. We have 15 minutes to decide. Here, let's put up a chat poll. Who to kib? Kibit's the sponsor. Let's not. That seems like a bad idea for a large number of reasons. We did watch Gavin. I will put Walenkin on here. I know a lot of people might... Everyone would just vote Gavin if I put him on. I mean, watching Kranyak would be fun. How about this? I will. Let's do a vote on which team to watch. Nickel. Levin. Weinstein. Greco. Oh, Levin, Weinstein, etc. Or Rosenthal. Oh my god. I'm having such a hard time because now the positioning of my mic is like directly in front of my keyboard. So I can't like type. Gav. Cran. Chris. And then we might do another vote on which of these players to... Is Zia going to be playing? So Zia's playing on the Leibowitz team, I think. And we'll watch Zia later in the week. Or later in the weekend. I guess it's like Friday. Is it Friday? How would I know if it's Friday? It's Friday. Oh, hold on. I have a nice little mute button on the microphone, though, so I can mute when I sneeze, which is great. Yeah, we'll watch Zia later in the week. We did kibitz Zia yesterday for this set, so I'm trying to get a little bit of extra coverage of different people. So we've kibitzed Gavin so far. We've kibitzed Zia. Gavin's probably sitting out the third set. So if we end up watching the nickel team now, we'll probably end up watching Rosenthal in the fourth. And then I don't know who we'll watch in the third. I have to say, I'm not that impressed by Nickel's score. At least not yet. I expect Juicer to be... I mean, they're a solid team, but Nickel should probably be doing a little bit better against them. Ten more minutes on break. How are we doing? People want Rosenthal. Okay. All right, so we'll watch Rosenthal. We've already seen Gavin, so now I'll put up another poll for Chris or Cran. Wait. Wait, it has to be Chris, right? Cran's going to be out. Because okay, hold on. Let's go back and take a look at who played the first set. Someone had told me that Gavin plays 1, 2, and 4. I don't know if that's going to be throughout the event or if that was just for the first day. But if that's the case, we would have to watch Chris, which is fine. All right, no poll, because Rosenthal and Silverstein will be in. I mean, maybe one of these days we'll take a look at one of the pros who is playing with the sponsor. I can give some insight and be like, see, I've seen this auction before. Partner's supposed to have this, but I know they actually have this. We could do that. God, this match is disgusting, though. Like, they scored 16 imps and 15 boards. Holy crap. Look at this, board 3. We were talking about these penalty doubles over strong no trump. So both tables had a penalty double available. 2 diamonds. Diamonds a major. By East. Double for takeout. Redouble, bid your major. Pass, 2 hearts. Double by Rosenberg, all pass. How bad is 2 hearts? Trump lead. Diamond. Club to the ace. Another trump lead. Queen of clubs. Ace of diamonds. King of diamonds, pitching a club. Club ruff. Trump. Spade to the queen. Diamond. I see, I see. This 8 of spades is a mistake, right? They could have got this another trick. Mistake by Platnick here. Isn't it just always correct to pitch the 2 of diamonds, though? Because if your partner needs a heart promotion, like switch the 10 and 9 of hearts between the 2 hands, you can always do that later by playing the 7 of clubs. So, yeah, this is an oopsie. I mean, that 8 of spades discard is pretty bad. I wish I could play out the hand. Like, we pitch the 2 of diamonds, if people can follow. Declare has to lead a spade off dummy. You duck around a partner's jack. Now a spade back to your queen. And then play the 7 of clubs through. And regardless of what the heart position is, at this point, if East roughs, your partner can pitch a spade loser and keep their heart. Or East could rough and your partner over roughs, and now your ace of spades takes the last trick. Big miss, because, 1400 would have been worth 7 imps to them. Wow. 2 diamonds double, we saw in that contract getting played in the other room. Or in the room that we were watching. Five clubs? Hold on. I don't think anyone ever played in clubs. at the table that we were watching. How did five clubs happen? Also, look at this. Five diamonds doubled down three in both rooms. We'll take a look at that in a second. Five clubs? I don't remember a hand where we were supposed to be in clubs. Um, hello? I'm I'm sorry. What? Three clubs is fine, but like, what is this bid? Like, what? Excuse me? Five clubs? I mean, don't you at least stop by four hearts just to see if partner wants to play in the 5-2 or 6-2 heart fit? No? You don't? Okay, fair enough. Wow. Five clubs, down three, right? Oh, that button doesn't take me to the end of play. Jack of spades to the ace, diamond, diamond, club hook, diamond, spade, pulls trumps, tries the heart finesse, down three. Well played. Jesus. Oh, we wanted to take a look at the five diamonds doubled. Down three in both rooms. Yeah, see, this is nice. This is what I was thinking might happen in Aaron and Owen's room, where Aaron Jones had opened a diamond on these cards. We got, I mean, at that table, there was one spade overcall. Here, Kevin Rosenberg decides his hand's a little too good. Doubles. But Gavin's able to make a weak diamond raise favorable, and that gets his side to a good save. It's not worth a lot of imps against four spades making, but it's worth enough. What happened in the other room? A diamond double, two diamonds. I like the two diamond bid. I mean, it's just because of the vulnerability, you know? Like, maybe our hand isn't lovely for sacrificing, but we do have a 5-card diamond fit with our partner's opening bid. So, and I mean, Kit did it over a 2+ diamond. Now, Kit's a little bit insane, and we should never trust anything Kit does in the bidding. But I think in Owen and Aaron's room, I mean, I wouldn't have been surprised if Owen had trotted out two diamonds. Five diamonds doubled. Both tables south in this match doubled. Interesting to note. All right, let's get in there. What'd we say? We're kibitzing Wolenkin. Rosenthal. He is in the other room. Ah! One of these players will sit south. I promise that someone's going to sit south one of these days, and we won't have to deal with the messed up graphics of the board and the vulnerability. So if you're confused, take a look up here. Top left, these vulnerabilities and dealers will be correct. Are these like clickable things? Oh, also, boom. No result in the other room. Cover that up.
I think Rob, which table are you looking at?
We're kibitzing Chris Wolenkin.
It'll be right there. So that is...
Closed room of Rosenthal.
Got it.
All right, we are in.
Here we go.
So, Gavin gets to open in first seat. Yeah, I'm glad you've been liking the single player kibitzing. SJ the Kiwi. Ooh, partner opens a no trump. I was going to say our hand doesn't look all that promising, but when partner gets to open a no trump, we are excited. So, what should we do with this hand? Strong spades, but four triple three, no aces.
Yeah, I would bid Stamen because it's a minimum. Partner has four spades. He's allowed to have a double ten, and there might just be less work to do in a spade contract than no trump.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, three no trump also seems totally reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, a big thing about it is like having no aces. It's aces are good in suit contracts, but um, you can set up slow tricks in no trump, and you might just like lose one trick in each suit, and maybe that's what Chris is hoping for. This is not what he was hoping for.
No, like this is the kind of layout where, that I was thinking of where, you really are gonna want to be in spades if at all possible. I mean, I think another possible course is to bid three clubs puppet and figure you have a nine card fit you want to play in the major.
Wait a second. This is what he was hoping for, isn't it? Hold on a second. We're just cold in three now. I mean, on 4-3 clubs, and four spades has trouble. Okay.
Oh no,
No.
I see what you mean. I was thinking that we're off the club suit, but of course clubs could just split, and that's the end of it.
Yeah. Okay, no, it's great. It's great. Yeah. So
Yeah.
we did good. We did the right thing with this hand. It does feel like a bit of a toss up. I mean, Shady Force Games says always manage to make the wrong call in this situation. I think everyone feels that way.
Yeah.
But Chris has a lot of experience in these positions, and so I would tend to trust him.
Mhm. Yeah,
And
his constructive judgment is pretty strong.
it seems like Kit is not following to this trick, so that four of clubs lead was attitude. Well, who has the diamond ace? Ah! And now the Queen of Hearts is going to come down Doubleton, isn't it?
Oh, that'd be very sad.
Okay,
No,
at least it didn't, but East might get end played.
Space split 4-1, so four spades wasn't going to be a picnic.
That's true. Okay, well, let me make sure I pull up the scoreboard just in case we need to compare something. Three no trump down in both tables, both led clubs. No one found the spade fit.
I would guess it was found at some tables, but also, the option that Wolpert and Wellington had seems pretty reasonable. I
Yeah.
think it'll be duplicated in a bunch of places.
Yeah, so pass on our right. We open a spade, 5-4 in the majors, 15 count here. Two diamonds on our left. Two spades by north. And it's well known that Kit Woolsey is like a hyper aggressive bidder in basically every scenario. So two diamonds, I think, could be just about anything in this spot.
Yeah, and if you're south, do you make a try or do you just let it go non-vulnerable?
Yeah, it's a good question. We have seen Gavin and Chris be fairly conservative, non vulnerable at pushing for games, although this is one of these hands that I think looks like maybe we should be trying. The ace third of diamonds could easily be opposite shortness. And if that's the case, we really don't want to miss out on a good four spade contract. So I suspect
Yeah, I
Chris
think
will
I was.
try. Nope.
No, I think you would be much happier here if partner had made a mixed raise or something. We're at a nine card fit like King 10 9 8 fifth, with a lot of work to do in the red suits. Isn't all that attractive.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, partner does table a little bit of diamond shortness. So we have a diamond loser, club loser, presumably a trump loser. A lot of work to do if we did reach four spades, but it would have some play.
Yeah, we have two entries to take heart finesses, but of course the heart finesse does rate to be offside since Woolsey does not have a ton of values.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, kind of. I wouldn't put it past Kit to overcall on King Queen Jack fifth and out.
Oh, or you could have King Queen Jack fifth and one or two high club honors too.
Yeah, right. Well,
Yeah,
there's the
that
heart
means the heart
switch.
is on side, so good news.
Maybe good news. I mean, it's starting to sound like it. Oh, never mind. I was going to say it's starting to sound like King 10 9 or King 10 8 fourth of hearts, but there's the ace of diamonds. Let's rough our diamond with that seven of spades. Seems like an important part of the plan. North not able to overruff, so now we can go ace of spades and a spade.
Yeah, that's predicted. Woolsey did have King Queen Jack fifth. I guess
Yeah,
we kind of knew that from Bramley's card trick one.
yeah. All right, lay down the heart queen just to confirm that hearts are splitting. They are. So that is 10 tricks.
Yeah,
We did
game
miss our
four.
game.
Yeah, okay, but not great. Non-vulnerable game, no big loss.
Yeah. Interesting opening lead decision from Kit. He had the ace king third of clubs, elected to go with his king queen jack fifth of diamonds instead. Nothing really mattered. Can it ever be bad to play the spade ace before the diamond ruff? I mean, I think Chris knew diamonds were 5-3.
Yeah,
So, I don't think he was concerned. But maybe there's like a little bit of technical finesse that could have been done on at that point in the hand. Well, here we passed in first seat. Partners opened a diamond. We're pretty excited about that. Right hand opponent overcalls a heart. We get to bid our spades, showing five.
yeah, max pass with a diamond fit is about the best hand that Wolankin could hope to hold.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit better if our round suits were flipped, if we had the stiff heart and three small clubs. But
Mm-hmm.
you can't have everything. I mean, ace king fourth and supportive partner is pretty good.
Yeah, and if we had that, Woolsey would be raising hearts to a fairly high level. So,
I mean, he might do it anyway.
yeah, maybe.
That one no trump is the most suspicious bid I've ever seen.
Yeah, right.
That is
Like
guaranteed a psych, and like always
the
has
really
heart bid.
slow one note, like not just bidding a no trump, bidding one no trump after like 45 seconds of thought.
Yeah. So, how do you feel about like trying to force them to expose a psych in this scenario? Because like as Chris, I'm pretty confident that like we know Woolsey just like has a hand with heart support and is trying to talk us out of our game. Um but it might be
Well,
more important for
Wilbur,
us not to expose the psych and to just like show our values and leave Bramley in the dark about it.
well, we don't really have a game now, right? Wilbur could make a support double of one no trump. Like if Wilbur doubles, we'll probably just pass and let Woolsey rescue himself.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
here, once
That's
Wilbur bids two clubs, where's our game?
yeah. No, that was kind of what I meant. Like if partner doubles, do we pass or do we like
Yeah,
maybe just bid three or four spades ourselves?
yeah. And notice Lincoln is not even bidding three diamonds invitational. He just lets it go with a simple preference.
Yeah, I think a lot of that might even have to do with the fact that partners in third seat
Yeah,
favorable.
100%. Right.
So you don't want to bury partner for making an opening bid, and we did not here.
Yeah, kind of interesting. I think this style of opening a diamond and rebidding clubs with its shape is mostly out of favor in the expert level, but but Gavin did it here.
Mm-hmm.
An open, yeah, I think the trend these days is just to open a club and rebid two clubs. Just because it's such a disaster when you have a partner with equal length and always get to your worst fit because he's always going to preference.
Yeah, I mean, my personal style is I open a club and rebid a no trump, but I like raising on three. So it like you kind of have to incorporate these sorts of things. Like if I wasn't raising on three, then partner would pull to 5-1 fits quite often when I rebid a no trump in this spot. But if I'm
Right.
always raising on three, partner shouldn't pull a no trump to two spades with five. And therefore, the worst that happens is partner rebids a 6 card suit and we're in a 6-1 fit. But that happens
Mhm.
all the time, right? Partner preempts two spades and there we are in a 6-1 fit. So,
Yeah, with the actual hand, I would probably open a club and rebid two clubs, but I don't mind bidding a no trump on a single hit on certain hands.
mm-hmm. Diamond opening lead was a good start for the defense. I think that's often what you want to do when one of the sides suggests that they can't play no trump, is to force them to play no trump. So, given that your partner has bid one no in this auction, the opponents are very unlikely to want to play on no trump, and that's why Bramley led a trump here. Gavin putting in a lot of thought on this trick.
Yeah, I guess if he knows the ace is offside, he has to wonder whether it's going to be a better plan to duck this and try to rough it out.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't expect South to be giving honest count here, so uh, well, anyway, the 7 of clubs runs round to the 10. So now Gavin's hope is he's going to win the queen of diamonds in hand and lead the king of clubs, planning to take a roughing finesse against North. Um, and in the process, hoping to pin a doubleton jack at this point in South Sand.
And is that really possible, given the bidding?
Well, North would have started with ace 10 fourth, and South with jack third.
Oh, right. I think you meant an initial doubleton. I was like, that doesn't seem so
No, no, no,
lucky to
no,
me.
no, not that, but yeah, at this
Yeah.
point,
No, that right.
jack
That makes sense.
doubleton. So diamond back to the jack, pulling trumps. And the queen of clubs to test the suit. How'd we do? Ah,
Uh,
good try. But as one might expect, the player with the 5 card major suit does not additionally have a side 4 card club suit. So we're still going to lose 3 hearts and a spade, which means we will end up down 1.
we'll get to see Woolsey's full hand for the sketchy looking no trump overcall or no
well,
response rather. Advance, whatever it was.
I mean, I think one of the things that was a little bit shaky is that he just didn't have a diamond stopper and he was worried about it.
Hmm.
Because that was obvious. I mean, once we knew he didn't have a diamond stopper, but
Yeah, which is fine. Like for one no trump, who cares? Let them take five diamond tricks. We've still got some wiggle room before we're down.
mhm. It is worth
Yeah.
pointing out though that this style of opening and rebinning clubs on that hand did not work out very well for Platnick and Rosenberg in the other room.
Yeah.
Obviously, you get to the 5-1 club fit, and that
Right.
ended up going down 2. Gavin's doing a lot of bidding, so we are having some work to do on our cards. Diamond to heart. We can bid a no trump with our hand. And now our partner's going to have a bunch of options to if our side is getting to game. Like, right, we've showed our hand. We don't have anything more to do, but we should be thinking like, what if partner bids 2 hearts? What is our next bid? What if partner jumps to 3 diamonds? Do I feel like I have enough to bid game then with just an 8 count Jack Doubleton and support? 1 heart stopper? That's what Chris is going to be thinking about. Now, when 3 hearts hits the table, I guess there's more work for partner to do than us at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what do we do if partner doubles 3 hearts?
I mean, I guess we have to bid 3 no trump because we can't really support diamonds. But yeah, that's a little unattractive. Partners. Let's say 4-1, 5-3 or something, which is what it sounds like. Our clubs are so weak. Although I don't know, maybe we do put it in clubs opposite of the hand of that shape.
Yeah, it's curious. Well, partner does our work for us. 3 no.
What's your take on it over a double there?
I mean, I'm happy that partner bid 3 no and I can stop thinking about it. That's my take.
Agreed. Yeah, I'm certainly with you there.
But yeah, these are the kinds of thoughts that like players like Chris and Gavin and I mean everyone in this event are going to be thinking about, because you don't want to like have a bunch of downtime. You don't want to just like sit like when you're dummy, you can then turn your brain off, read a book or something and take a chill pill, but you want to use your time wisely. I was going to say, I think it's pretty likely Gavin has like a potential heart card for this bid.
Yeah.
And he does.
I think he basically guarantees one.
Yeah, it's not the one that we wanted.
Right. Yeah, so in fact we wrong-sided the no trump in kind of a weird way. Presumably Bramley was not going to lead a singleton king. Yeah,
Right.
so
Yeah.
So in fact here, had Gavin doubled, maybe we would have had a chance to get to 5 clubs, which is way better than this contract.
Yep. Yep. But Gavin took the practical approach.
Yeah, so at this point, just have to hope that the heart's blocked, which is why he went up with the ace, but they do not.
I mean, even if they did, well, it looks like they don't. But
yeah,
the ace of spades is still a trick.
Right, although possibly not an entry to the hearts, right? Woolsey might have had it.
Yep.
Yes, this is going to be a disappointing result for Wolpert and Wolenkin.
Yeah, 2 down. Although, could easily be duplicated at the other table. We'll keep an eye on the scoreboard.
Yeah, singleton king of hearts instead of queen would have been an enormous difference, and that's probably what 3-0 should show. I guess the queen is fine. Like, you can't have a small singleton heart to make that bid. You would just double.
I agree. I mean, you could if you had like a long running diamond suit,
yeah,
right?
Running
like,
diamond star, but yeah.
Okay, well, we have picked the right pair to watch, or at least we picked the right direction to watch. East-West seem to be getting a lot of the cards. Partner opens a heart. We can start with 2 diamonds, game force showing 5 or more. Woolsey thinking about what to overcall. No, he does pass.
Almost automatic 2-heart bid from Gavin here.
So they don't play this show's extra length?
Maybe they do, but I doubt it.
All right, well, we get to bid 2 spades. We're pretty happy. We've showed a lot of our hands so far, not the 6th diamond. but we'll
And our
hopefully
hand
do
is kind of
that.
getting worse, pretty fast on this auction.
Yeah, so partners' most likely bids here are going to be two no or three clubs, I would
Mhm.
expect. I mean, three diamonds and three spades and three hearts are possible, but okay, so
Yeah.
partner bids three hearts. Partner's now happy to play opposite a singleton, and I wonder if Chris just bids four hearts. I didn't get my thought out in time. He had already bid it.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of interesting here. I think if Gavin had bid three clubs over two spades, that should deny a club stopper.
Right, right. So I was just thinking over those auctions, we can then bid three diamonds, and we've really showed our hand. The way this auction has timed out, we didn't get to show the extra diamond length, but that's okay. Spade lead. Looks like we're going to take all the tricks. Six diamonds, six hearts, and two spades for 14. We'll score up 740. So now how do we get back to hand? Diamond. Ruffed, cash three clubs. Oh, oh my god. He scared me.
I was multitasking a little bit and didn't really watch the play.
Also, how is it possible that we can be on break? We haven't even been playing for 30 minutes. There's no way that this makes sense. Someone
Right.
has messed up somewhere along the way. Get our engineers back to fix this now. We're what, 23 minutes into the round? And somehow we're already 30 minutes ahead of another table? What'd they do? Go back in time?
Yeah, good point.
I mean, something is messed up with the way that this has gone about. Well, we pick up another big hand. Broadcast is sped up. I'm not worried. Wait, did they actually fix the complaining about long breaks by randomly adding short breaks? That's amazing. Ooh. Okay, so we're favorable on this hand. Oh, you're just joking? All right, I got you. A heart, four spades, pass, pass. So our left hand opponent should have like a hand of some kind.
Yeah, even Kit Wolsey.
Yeah. Chris does balance with double. We have spade shortness. I mean, we're
Yeah,
hoping
it's
that
totally
partner can
automatic.
pull.
Well, we're hoping partner could pass, right? We have ace, king, ace. If he
That's
has a
true.
trump
Yeah.
card, we're pretty happy about this.
As long as partner doesn't like shrug with a 4 triple 3 0 count and be like, all right, hopefully this is our best plus score. And
I mean, the queen of hearts still, might still be a trick at that point.
yeah. Aha! Partner did sit for it. Well, here we go. Oh, okay. Okay. Um,
All right. And I
God.
guess we hope to win trick one and put a trump on the table, right? I guess
So
we're definitely winning trick one.
left hand opponent is like 6'5", right? So left hand opponent is
Not
like
necessarily, right? Partner could have six or seven clubs over there.
and didn't bid five clubs. Um,
I mean, just depends on what his hands look like, right? If he doesn't think he has a five club make, seven I think is unlikely. Six, why not? And a five, five is totally possible.
yeah, a lot of hands are possible, for sure. Um, So King of Hearts, we win the ace. We gotta shift to trumps.
And we're pretty sure that Wolsey is the one with the singleton trump and not, or singleton heart and not Wolpert.
Ooh, partner had the ace of spades. That's good news for us. We do get to pitch our diamond. I was going to say we can pitch the diamond safely, and
Yeah.
we do. I imagine Declare leads a diamond now. So we'll win the king and.
Well, I was
Oh,
going to say we might win the king.
okay, so Declare is 7-5 now, right? Declare has a singleton heart and
Yes.
no diamonds.
Right. We know he has seven spades because Gavin followed three times.
Yeah, I still figure 6-5 is out of the picture because, okay, he claims down one. Let's see this beauty of a hand. He has his bid.
I say he must have asked for Lincoln how the clubs were splitting and found out well enough to go down one.
Yeah. Yeah, when this kind of dummy hits, you know that left-hand opponent is short in hearts for the
Right.
four spade bid, and the long diamond suit also makes it pretty likely they're short in diamonds. So that's kind of what led me to the guess of 6-5, but I mean 7-5 also well within the realm of
Yeah.
possibility.
And even like 8-4, a priori unlikely, but obviously the bidding makes it more likely.
Yeah. I mean, there's some potential for a swing on that one.
Yeah, for sure.
We are on to the next board. Broadcast is still being sped up. Greg, you haven't missed much. We weren't watching this match in the first set, but no one had a game swing. The biggest win was 6 imps on a board where one of the tables played in the wrong part score. Um, so yes, the match is 6-12 currently.
Yeah, I would love to get some intel on the ground about how Leibowitz was fined 10 imps. That's an awfully harsh penalty.
Didn't someone tell me earlier? I don't remember.
Oh, did they? Yeah,
I don't remember, so it's not useful. All right, the Kit Woolsey special gets to open a 10-12 no trump. Favorable. Right hand opponent is thinking.
Yeah, so Woolsey and Bramley playing precision, I believe. So 10 to 12 slots in fairly well with that.
Yeah, they're a relay precision pair. One of a couple now in this event.
Moss and Gru being the other, you mean?
Well, Moss and Gru do it. Do Greco and Hampson play relays?
I so they're playing a variant of the Meckwell system. So if you know the answer to the question for Meckwell, then that would give you your answer.
Um,
I do not know of it.
got it. Okay. Do transfers make sense over these 1-no openings? I don't believe most players who play a weak no trump play transfers over it. They'll use like two
Like
clubs as
agency
a forcing
transfers.
stamen, and that's about it.
And major two transfers are useful, but yeah, as you say, forcing statement is also a popular treatment.
I was going to point out I like Chris's heart lead. You know, at match points, some players might prefer passive spade on an auction like this, but at teams, Chris is hoping that he can take some tricks, and it's much more likely he can take tricks where he has honors. Queen 10 of hearts. So Looks like it did not work out very well here. Declare is able to pitch a couple losers on the ace king of hearts immediately.
Yeah. And also, he doesn't need it, but he wasn't going to have quick access to that ace king of hearts.
Right.
Um, Dummy's otherwise entryless,
Mm-hmm.
other than that king of diamonds.
So club to the ace club. I was going to say we expect partner to play the jack on this trick. Pretty
Yeah.
likely. I wonder if, as Chris here, we decide to defend passively by playing spades or hearts, or if we try and get active by switching to a low diamond and hoping partner has the queen and 10.
It kind of feels like Bramley has the queen of diamonds, right? When he pitched spades instead of diamonds. Well, maybe not, because he could lead up to him. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. So Chris decides to go passive.
Yeah.
I would say this is a good common technique that strong players will use. Like, get as much information as possible before making your decision in a different suit. Um, and that's exactly what's going on here, where Chris was able to get a little bit more signals by cashing that king of clubs and exiting the queen of hearts. Well, disappointing
Those
result for
three
north
clubs.
south, or not north south, east
So,
west.
yeah, I was wondering if three clubs was both minors, but it was not. The diamonds were coincidental.
Yeah, three clubs was just natural into play, and Bramley had a perfect hand for it because he expects the opponents are going to have a major suit fit.
Yeah. Yeah, as they did, although they don't really make too much in hearts with two Trump losers and some other work to do. Possibly, yeah. I think they would lose at least a club, two hearts, and a diamond just off the top, and they might end up with a second. I guess they don't really have a second Trump loser.
Yeah, it does seem as if Declare is going to be able to pick up that nine of hearts.
Yeah, you don't have a club entry to do it late in the hand if they've knocked out ace of diamonds, but you do have a spade rough entry since West is following four times.
I predict this is going to be the biggest uh, win of the match for Bramley here, who's going to overtake the lead on this deal. Because,
You think this is a win seven for 140?
yeah, because I think in the other room, South is going to open. I mean, maybe East's hand will open, but if East doesn't open, South will open a diamond and North gets to, or Gavin's hand gets to overcall heart. He might double, but effectively, whatever he does, North South is going to find the heart fit, and with nine trumps, they're going to compete to the 3 level.
Who is in, well, I can see to the other table. It is Kevin Rosenberg. I do not know if he opens a hand like that. Yeah, no, Rosenberg, I think, is a fairly conservative player. So in the other room, it started pass a diamond on the weak no trump hand and a heart overcall.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. We've got a new hand up here.
17 count. So again, we have picked the right player to watch this set. We'll see if partner gets to open again in front of us. Would love to see that. Partner opens a
Yeah,
spade. We
spade
bid
would
two
be fine.
hearts.
Yeah. So
Okay.
partner has opened almost certainly a weak spade preempt.
Yeah, that's okay. Now, I regret my choice of words. I would love to see partner open a strong hand in front of us.
Right.
This is not what we wanted to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe two spades pass or correct is a sensible action. I mean, we
Yeah.
never really expect partner to correct, but if they do, we have a plan. But the
And
hand's probably
yeah,
just not
the
good enough to
sometimes
invite
the
game.
sometimes the sometimes the opponents get suspicious and come in and we get to collect a huge penalty.
Yeah.
Not often, but they're certainly allowed. Yeah. is fine. Put down a 4 tricks and hope that red Gavin is good for another 4.
Well, we're not putting down anything.
Or wait for Martin to put down. I mean, hope that 4 tricks show up in him.
Yeah. I think oftentimes the other major is correct against these sorts of auctions. I don't really know why. It just seems to work out. Woolsey has gone with a diamond lead. How much
Though
stronger?
here, if Woolsey leads a heart, he's almost certainly into heart strength on his right, so that's not that attractive.
Oh, that's true. That's true because it's a multi. I'm just kind of
Right.
thinking about like two spades, pass, pass, pass. A lot of the
Right.
time, a heart lead makes sense, but of course, that's because you're leading through the heart. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, never mind. What I
Yeah,
said
here,
doesn't make
yeah, since
sense.
his paths are correct, Wolankin showed better hearts than spades.
Yep, 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 yep. Obviously. Thank you.
Happy to help.
Yeah, so how much stronger would Chris have been need to bid three no Trump? Um,
A lot stronger, I think. The trick taking potential is just too low opposite spades and out. Remember that Judaima's multi is a weak preamp. They open 2 spades on sound preamps.
yeah, it is second seat vulnerable. So Gavin can't have like a horrible, horrible hand.
Yeah, while I agree with that, just like how are you counting 9 tricks on Lincoln's hand, even, if you make some modest improvements to it? Like 5 hearts, if you're lucky, and a diamond is 6. Presumably they lead a diamond and partner can't help you much there. You can't get your clubs into play or your spades, so you're a very, very long way away from making a game. Even if the hearts are solid, you still, I think, probably wouldn't be super optimistic.
Hmm.
I had a partner as diamond card, great, but anytime he doesn't, 3 no trump is, 1 no trump is a long way away on, the hypothetical I just gave you.
Yeah, I mean Craig's point about trying to count to so so we've played 7 tricks, none of which were spades. I just want to point that out, um, which is awesome.
And by the way, this hand hasn't been made yet.
It looks like it has now.
Has the 9 of spades shown up yet? I wasn't really watching.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, well,
Uh,
yeah.
yeah, okay. Yeah, I wasn't watching what was going on with the Trump suit, but I guess it was. Oh, I see. It was, yeah. So at that point, the spades were solid.
Hmm.
But still, like, it was, if the 9 of spades had been in Bramley's hand, they actually weren't even making 2 spades.
Right. Well,
And of course, they were making 4 hearts, which is going to be disappointing. Although it's hard to get there because I think if they're not playing multi, everyone just opens the West hand 2 spades. Sketchy as it is.
I mean, I wouldn't second seat vulnerable, but some players might.
Yeah, I might or might not, but I wouldn't criticize a partner who did.
Hmm. I think to answer the question, I because I've been thinking about. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to play the hand at all. Chris did great. Plus 110. Go Chris. Um, if the Jack of Hearts was the queen and my diamonds were like better, let's say Ace Jack 9, we're like it's very borderline, but that's a hand that might be close to trying three now. Now partner needs just like something fitting somewhere and for us to get a bit of luck, which is basically the minimum you want for a vulnerable game.
Yeah, I think that's the real key. Once you don't have to worry about winning trick 1 and taking the next 8, the calculation changes a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so opposite that type of hand, like the Jack of Clubs would be a big card that might give us a decent chance, and then we might be all we need is 3 hearts. And so that's like dead minimum for what you want for vulnerable game contract at Imps. Um, I would expect. So Eli Culbertson says if two diamonds is 2 to 7, two spades is 8 to 11. Passing looks fine. It's probably conditional on seat invulnerability as well.
Yeah.
So like, maybe
Yeah, for
second
sure.
seat red. It's not exactly 2 to 7. It's more like 4 to 7 and 8 to 10 or whatever. I imagine with 11 they're probably opening at the one level, but I'm not certain. Maybe some 11s preempt.
Yeah, it's hard to know. I would guess their style is fairly down the middle. I think um, that's Gavin's natural style in a new partnership. It makes a lot of sense just to, kind of have this default agreement that, we're just going to have everything look as normal as possible.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I guess some people have pointed it out. Maybe people have pointed it out. Four Hertz is not a
Yeah.
bad spot on the East West
No, well,
cards.
I pointed it out for one thing.
Oh, great! You're one of the people that I was mentioning earlier who had pointed this out. So, and it happens to make Queen Doubleton of Hearts in the
Yeah.
pocket. Wait, I was wrong. No.
Or it doesn't
um.
make.
Wait, what happened on board 22?
Oh, was there not a 7 imp swing?
There wasn't. They got to four hearts.
It went down 2. Yeah, I gotta say, I know Rosenberg was a little bit stuck after Rosenthal's preempt, but I don't love this 4 heart bid opposite. You're opposite of red overcall. Partner's range is awfully wide, and our hand doesn't have that much to recommend it.
I agree. I guess since we are on break, I'm going to take a look. I'm sorry, I've been clicking through the play.
Yeah,
How did
as well.
Declare go down two from here?
So
What is this for heart to the 10? What? What the hell was heart to the 10? Platnik! What the fuck, man? You're killing me. Why would he play heart to the 10? He needs spades to be 3-3.
right or Forchi the way they actually were.
Yeah, so he just has to cash the ace, king, queen of spades first. And now if the spades split, he can rough that 7 of spades with the 10 of hearts. We saw this awesome play yesterday, in fact, where we rough with the 10 of hearts and our opponent is kind of stuck. If they don't overruff, we're in the right hand to lead up to the jack. And if they do overruff, then they're down to one trump. And so then we can just pull their last trump.
Yeah, it feels like more like a blind spot than anything else, but who knows?
Whoops. 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 Okay. Well, back to Chris picking up strong hands opposite his partner's one no trump opener.
Yeah, this certainly looks like a puppet statement deal to me. Yep, as he chooses.
Yeah, absolutely. Two three-card majors as well as the small Doubleton club makes it kind of ideal to go fishing for a major suit fit.
Yeah, you have a really great hand for playing a 5-3 with a small Doubleton club, sorts of tricks on the side, and if partner has a 5 card major, you would much rather play there than 3 no trump.
Yeah. So he checks, doesn't find what he wants. Three no trump, three diamonds. All it says is no 5 card major, so the opponents have very little information about Gavin's hand. And after 24 board, I mean, okay, you know what? I apologize I didn't put up a prediction, but I know what I'm going to do for the prediction for the third set. It's going to have nothing to do with the match we watch. It's going to be whether or not we will be at more than 1 imp per board in this match at the end of segment
Right.
3. Like, we're at 20 imps after 24 hands.
And now they're playing the same boards at every table, right?
They are, yes.
So in the other three matches, there were match totals of 99, 77, and 80. So it's not like it's a, default low scoring set.
It's really not. How's partner doing in three now? Have we figured this out yet? Woolsey has won the second diamond, which has not successfully cut Declare off. Queen of Spades switch. Well, that looks like the King Queen Ten of Spades to me, if I've ever seen one. Will there be more imps or minutes of delay? So far,
That's actually a really good question.
we're at 4 minutes of delay and 4-0 in imps. I think I'm with Greg on this. Kid is going to be going slowly going insane, not having any like large imp swings on the hand, and he's just gonna take matters into his own hands. All right, 3 rounds of diamonds. So we are up to 8 tricks. Right, we can cash 2 diamonds and both black aces. The obvious source of a ninth would be the club finesse. Kit's looking for hands. See, okay, I have a theory about Kit that he publishes articles way ahead of time and sets them as like time bombs to go off like once a week. So I have the feeling that Kit already has articles printed all the way through like next October. That's what I think. What?
I thought I'm sure that's true.
Yeah. So I'm not convinced that he's like pressed for hands that he needs to find. But it's possible.
And Kip plays a lot of bridge.
So Ken Gavin, I haven't been paying attention, as usual. I'm doing a great job on commentary, not following the play at all. Can Gavin exit a heart here to make his contract? I mean, he would... Looks like the answer is no. He has gone with the club finesse, which is offside, and now the opponents are going to cash a bunch of tricks. 10 of hearts. So Kit still had the queen of hearts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not much that Gavin could have done there. He goes down an extra, but he was just trying to make his contract. And look at this. Actually, I think... Wait. I can't replay the thing. God, this is awful.
Oh, right. No, I think you can by going into the scorecard and hitting the replay button.
I can, but I'm not going to do that.
Here, it's just beneath you.
It really is. But Bramley, having to lead from one of the major, or choosing to lead from one of the major suits, chose the Jack 10 third of hearts as opposed to 4 small spades. We talked about this the other day. Honor third. Excellent opening lead against 3-0.
Especially from a weekend.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Yes, this is what happened. So V. Romani asked about the tenant penalty for Leibowitz, and someone mentioned earlier, thank you for reminding me, SJ the Kiwi, that someone brought a electronic device into the playing room. So they got penalized. Yep.
I wonder if it went off or if they do a search or what.
It was probably Larry.
Well, I'm 100% sure it is because that would be a firing offense if it wasn't.
Yeah. Was it Hans Niemann? It was shaking uncontrollably, and that's how they caught him.
Are you talking about Larry or Hans?
And we're on to the next board. So Chris has a 14 count here. I wonder if this would be his style to upgrade. He would be second seat unfavorable.
I think you may remember Gavin was actually involved in a match deciding electronic device penalty at one point.
Well, I now know that Chris is not going to be opening a no trump. He just makes a penalty double. Happy to do so.
Yep.
Redouble on his left for some sort of rescue. Once we get the alerts in, we'll figure out exactly what. Oh, we do finally have our biggest swing of the match.
Bramley, as you predicted, takes the lead, although not on the board you predicted it would happen on.
Yeah, this was the one where Gavin preempted two spades. Platnick probably didn't have a multi-two diamond opener available and did pass. King Jack 10 sixth. They got to their heart game. All right, what's going on? Redouble is one suit run out. Two clubs is the thing. Double is hopefully
Correct.
takeout.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens here. If Gavin passes and it comes around to Lincoln, do you double one more time, or you just bid two spades now, even though the hand is kind of scary for committing to taking it tricks and spades opposite a passing partner?
Well, I think partner's pass is forcing. Okay, partner
I think
bid.
it is too. That's why I'm asking whether you double or bid two spades.
Oh, no, no, no. I bid two spades. If partner can't hit two diamonds, we're just showing our suits.
Well, partner could have three diamonds, then we want to be defending.
Do we? Diamonds are 5-3-3-2 around and they split. Like, we might just have a game.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
Anyway, this came out pretty well.
yeah, we made our takeout double. I mean, it's not ideal, but partner should have five hearts. He knows that we can have a three card suit here. Ace of clubs lead.
And Wolpert and Malenkin clearly did know on both sides of the table what that double of two clubs was. That's good news for a new partnership.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it can be tricky. I mean, obviously, last night they probably spent some time workshopping because they know
Mm-hmm.
the players on the opposing team and what systems they play. Um, okay, two
Good
rounds of
point.
clubs. And these ace king of clubs are big cards because remember, North doesn't have a strong no trump. He's 10 to 12. He can only have five more high card points over there. So I can't have both the king of hearts and king of diamonds.
Yeah, so at this point, Declare knows a lot about the deal. Yeah, I think he's going to be fairly confident one of the red suit kings is on side for exactly that reason. Bramley would have 13 if he had both of them, so at least one of those finesses is working. And we will have the time to try both.
Well, I mean, yeah, Declare is pausing, and there's a real reason for this because if the king of hearts is on side, he can just pull hearts, draw trumps, and then maybe the spades just run.
Right.
So he wouldn't need to
And if
try the
they
diamond
don't,
hook.
yeah, right. And if they don't, then we've still, assuming hearts split, we've still got 10 tricks anyway. We're just going to lose one heart, the third round of hearts, and possibly a diamond or possibly not.
Yeah, but I mean, the opponents have two tricks in. Like, we can't afford to lose a trick in each red suit. So
Right.
it's not as if we can take the diamond finesse and and if it fails, then be like, oh, that's good, the king of hearts is on, and now we can claim. He might be thinking about running the 10 of hearts right now. I think it would be a very reasonable play.
That heart finesse loses. Well, if we lead a heart to the queen and it loses, Is that so bad for our side?
We're just down. We have another heart loser.
Oh, we've already. I'm sorry. I always just assume that the first number of tricks is the declaring side, but it's not. It's the north-south side.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I've only lost one trick. This is great.
Yeah, no, Gavin has a real problem.
Yeah.
And
See what you
I mean,
mean?
I think he's gonna play heart to the queen. What signals did South play in clubs? Um I'm not certain.
Yeah, I don't recall either. And Heart to the Queen is just, it's the most straightforward thing, right?
It is very straightforward, yes. Alright, heart to the ace.
I
This looks weird to me.
agree.
So Gavin
I guess
decided that
probably didn't matter.
yeah, I mean Gavin decided that Bramley had King Doubleton of Hearts, and that's what he was hoping for. I think there's probably a good reason. Um, okay, well, the King of Hearts was offside. I was going to say, I think there's probably a pretty good reason to believe that Bramley has a difficult heart leading to lead away from, but that could be anything from King Doubleton, Jack Doubleton, this holding King Jack third, of course, but we can never make it against that layout. Um, because Bramley might not have led that third club and instead just like switched to trumps or maybe even cashed one club and switched to trumps if he had just like a small doubleton trump or something or king third of hearts. Probably knew West had the diamond king from the signals. Woolsey over here had the diamond king. It's possible. Yeah. In that case, then yes, you might be a lot more confident that the opening no trumper has the king of hearts. But we have, I mean, I read one of Kit Woolsey's posts on stream. He opened a hand that was 7.5 or something KNR, a 10 to 12 no trump. And it was just like the most ludicrous thing ever. His hand was off by like 5 high card points, and he was just like, yep, this is how we do it. We got to open our weak no trumps with all 10 counts. So I
Yeah, he
think
had four queens or something. It was
yeah.
just some absolute horror. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's some world in which North had neither red suit king, but you're probably correct that with the king of diamonds somewhat marked based on the signals in the club suit, he was
Well,
able
no,
to read that.
but if, oh, sorry, Ward North had neither king. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Can we ever make that? No, there's no way to make it. Not with two heart tricks offside.
Yeah. Not without a revoke, and that's not possible on tablets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we have another bunch of imps going Bramley's way, where the other table they managed to make two over tricks and three no trump.
Yeah,
I
it
see
was
we
all
played a
thanks to
free
that
and
opening
slide and
lead.
got a club lead into the wheel. Yep.
Yep. Okay, maybe no surprise to us. We kind of have a maximum for our opener, our weak no trump. So the opponents were able to stop safely in two hearts. Partner leads a spade. So where are we getting
So
6 tricks if we give partner a spade ruff? Partner could have the club ace, right?
I think that I was about to say. I think the most legitimate chances, club ace, and maybe declare would end up losing two trump tricks. Might not take that, and I guess he should take the heart finesse, but who knows?
Yeah, I was thinking that maybe we should switch to diamonds though, because that's a pretty likely source of tricks as well. And this
Hmm.
way we haven't set up declare's fourth spade to pitch a diamond loser.
Right.
So if partner has a heart trick here, and he does, we can still get him his spade ruff.
Yeah.
But now we've set up diamonds.
Assuming partner has the king of diamonds, which
Yeah.
Yeah, he may or may not have.
Right. Actually, he probably did. Well,
I mean, Woolsey could have ace of hearts, ace jack of clubs. That would be a light but normal overcall.
should we reconsider whether or not Woolsey has the ace of hearts in light of this trick that just happened?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, a king of hearts, I meant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but now that partner has a heart stopper, maybe he would have bid a no trump if he had a 7 count ace of
Oh,
hearts,
that's
king of
true. Okay, good
diamonds.
point.
So, all right, well, partner returned back a diamond, which makes some sense. And now I think Declare is in the driver's seat. Yeah, it's worth noting Chris led a low diamond from Queen Jack third there. A lot of times, like you get taught, oh, of course, you're supposed to lead in honor from honor third because that's just what you do. This is weird. Why did Declare just let us give partner spade
Yeah,
rough?
really strange.
I'm sorry,
I mean, what?
what?
It's not going to threaten his plus score, but it is a very strange looking play.
Are we sure it's not threatening his plus score? I mean,
No.
maybe the Queen of Diamonds is not an entry, but if that Queen of Diamonds cashes,
Yeah, good point.
like, hello? Okay. Queen of Diamonds was not cashing.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, and Declare didn't even need the club finesse, of course, since the Queen of Spades was set up.
Why? You know what? It's fine. It doesn't matter. Declare knew a spade rough was looming and just gave it to the opponents. It's all good.
Yeah.
He had a little bit of work. To be fair to Kit, he had a little bit of work to do. He could have played a club to the king, taken the heart finesse, but now he needs to then take the club finesse because this is his last entry to dummy. Um, so it's not like he just had a claim by crossing to the king of clubs. Don't everyone go post on his next article and be like, Kit, why did you give them the spade rough on this hand? We can forgive the
I
guy.
mean, I was gonna be real kick classic where it's like, so I knew the bonus had spade rough, so I did this.
Yep. All right, 3 clubs on our left. Partner has passed. I think this is pretty indicative that our right hand opponent has most of the values. Given
Yeah, well, I mean,
yeah, given that we have club length.
right. Right, and Wolsey's 3 clubs here, I think, can be incredibly aggressive. So, partner could have 3 clubs in a decent hand. If Bramley has a singleton or something, partner could be over there with like a 12 or 13 count with 2 or 3 clubs. They'll just be stuck.
All right, Bramley does bid 3 now.
As you predicted, Bramley was the one with the good hand.
So, gotta lead a diamond. Fourth best seems pretty natural. Okay, I'm loving our chances.
Yeah, well, dummy being entryless outside and us being able to hold up the clubs is pretty good start for the defense here.
I mean, the Jack of Hearts could be an entry, so we will need to be a little bit careful.
Although, if it is, then Bramley probably has a mate anyway, because that would give him the ace king queen. We have to let Declare take 2 clubs. You got to take this diamond. 4 or 5 hearts if the Jack of Hearts is an entry, and something in spades is a game anyway.
All All right, so diamond to the 10 and queen. Okay,
Okay, so
fair
we got a
enough.
solid mate here. Let's see which one it was. It's both of them.
Jack of Hearts was an entry, by the way.
Yep. But as predicted, when it was an entry, the Claire had a mate anyway.
Yeah. Well, that's a pretty good hand. I like 3 now. 3 now is a good bid.
Yeah. Yeah, and of course, his partner just happened to have the ace of clubs or the king queen jack, would be missing a spade slam.
Mm-hmm. All right, we got 3 boards to play. Still have to wait for one of the Rosenbergs to finish their hand.
Or possibly both Rosenberg.
Does 3 clubs show no ace? I, I
I mean, I
think
think Woolsey could have had queen jack six instead of king queen jack six.
yeah. I'm sure he would do it with the ace of clubs, but Bramley had a decision to make, right? Like if you bid 3 spades, you can no longer go back and play 3 no trump.
Well, that's it. Like the one of the liabilities of style is just sometimes, you do happen to have, the perfect hand or the top of your range. But when your range is that wide, Brown just has to cater to the big target, and the big target playing with Kit Wolsey is we don't have the spade slam because partner just hasn't completed your
Yeah. Yeah, complete. Yeah, that's also true. A complete Yarborough is easily within Kit's range. Like
Yeah,
7 clubs to the 10 and out.
right.
Well, I guess not the 10. We have the
Actually,
10. 7 clubs to the 9.
yeah. Yeah, so of course, what you gain is you do make life hard on the opponent, but we're constructive style. You don't preempt as much, but the constructive style, your range is narrower, so some of these decisions are easier, when they come up.
7 clubs to the deuce is how you would say it if you were playing Barbu. And the contract was no last 2.
And in fact, as I'm sure some people know, Kit does play a lot of Barbu.
That's true. I've played against him a few times.
Yeah, he's a good Barbu player, not surprisingly.
He is just a good game player.
Yeah, yeah, one of the best. Like
Like,
Bridge is probably not his best game, which
yeah,
is
yeah,
kind
yeah.
of
No,
scary.
Bridge is absolutely not his best game. Which is saying something as someone who's now made it to the round of 8 of the team trials. But backgammon is Kit's best
Yeah.
game.
Yeah, okay. As I don't know, I assume he's a Hall of Fame bridge player, so it's really saying something that bridge is not his best game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not 100% sure he's in the Hall of Fame, but his resume certainly warrants it.
Well, Shady Force game, so you have 9 tricks in your
Yeah,
hand and no trump, and the concern in 4 spades is that you might lose a diamond rough. I mean, it's pretty unlikely, but 3 no trump is just absolutely going to be safe on this hand. And, if the odds of you making a slam or getting to slam is effectively fairly low, then 3 no trump seems like
yeah,
a good practical decision. Like, it would be
yeah,
lovely if
yeah.
we could try for slam and still play in 3 no.
Right.
But I don't see a way to do that. I mean, you can certainly try for slam and still play in 4 spades, but I mean, like, not really, right? Like, you bid 3 spades and partner bids 4 spades, and now what are you doing? You're going to pass. But
I mean, I just take the dumb guy view of all these things. Like, I look at my hand and I have 3 no made at my hand, I'd be 3 no.
yeah. Yeah, it would be very different if we had a way to make a slam try and still play in game.
Right. Yeah, if partner would open a 2-level preempt, we'd have some room. But here, what can you do but just pray that partner doesn't have a minus base?
Mm-hmm. Well, I have some score updates while we wait. So Nickel is now behind in their match against Juster. They're down by 4. Simpson is crushing Leibowitz. I mean, it's still early, but it's 26 imps now. Fleischer has done more of the same as we saw them in the first set. They're now up by 76 over Bailey. Those are my score updates.
Yeah. All right, I think while we're paused here, I'm going to go get myself a glass of water. I'll be back in a moment.
Sure. Wait, this is the second segment. I need to get lunch. uh, let me do that. Okay, we're gonna get lunch. What should we get for lunch?
I'm back.
Welcome back. Chinese. I had Chinese yesterday for dinner. No, I had Chinese yesterday for lunch. I'm getting so confused because I'm having lunch at like normal dinner time or like just pre-dinner time.
Oh, right. You're having lunch when players have lunch.
Yeah. Um
Not
Chipotle?
decided, Warren.
Chipotle would be a good one. Okay, let's do Chipotle. Chipotle is a good one.
Okay. I feel a little ashamed of it, but I really like Chipotle.
Chipotle is great.
It really is. I mean, I basically never eat it because there's so many better burrito options in New York City, but when I travel, Chipotle is always welcome to see.
Ah, good. We have a hand, and Chris once again picks up like a monster. This is amazing. I
Yeah,
wonder what
although,
Chris's average high card and Gavin opens a no
whoa.
trump in front of him again.
So what's your plan here? Do you start with puppet and then bid for no quantitative? Just bid for no directly? Do you just, do you just decide to bid a slam, ask for aces? Like, I think there's a lot of ways you can go on this hand.
That's true. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Red white, he's coming in, a little surprisingly.
Yeah.
Two clubs the majors, probably, right? I would assume that Woolsey is playing Woolsey.
He is. Yeah, it's alerted as both majors. Um. He just bids three now. I wonder, you know, given that our right hand opponent has come in unfavorable, it's a lot more likely that both partner has a minimum. So any sort of slam invite partner would reject. And two, there could be bad splits. So clubs could go
Yeah.
down on a rough.
Yeah.
Looks like that was not the case here. Ace of spades is just on side, and six clubs, and less clubs are 4-0 is going to be cold. So partner had both a maximum, and there weren't bad enough. Wait for it. And there weren't bad enough splits to beat the slam.
Yeah, let's see what Bramley considered to be worth a vulnerable landy bid here.
He's probably 5-5.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, actually had a totally legit hand.
Yep.
Yeah, so that probably is going to be duplicated at least a few places. Like Malenka's decision seemed pretty normal, as you say. He has cause for pessimism after he sees Bramley make a red-white overcall. But some possibility of losing yet another double-digit swing here.
Yeah, I mean, he would certainly be very disappointed had he seen partner's hand. Then he would definitely want to be in six clubs. But, or, I mean, I guess
Or
six no
six.
trump. Yeah.
Yeah, six of something.
So how's the other room doing? The other room is pretty close. They're on this board, in fact.
Yeah. And their auction is starting a little differently. Rosenberg and Plotnik have, um, well, I guess actually I'm sure Blanken and Wolbert also played systems on, but Rosenberg has actually chosen to do it. Do two spades.
Yeah, I've flipped over to the other room just to watch this auction. We will head back to Chris when the auction concludes. It is a
So,
good point. Maybe Chris and Gavin didn't have firm agreements about how he could make forcing bids, but I don't think that's the case. I mean, he had 14, right? Like,
possible.
yes, his 6 card club suit is nice, but a lot of his honors are in the opponent's suits, which is not necessarily good for slams.
Guaranteed their discussions at least got as far as systems on.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, I just don't think he
I
cared
just,
all that much to force in clubs.
eh, right. Yeah, you just, once you decide to downgrade your hand, that's that. Yeah, Potter's taking an awful long time here to decide whether he has a minimum or a maximum. I feel like, when you're in the middle, just pick a side. No, like the longer he waits, the more information he's passing around the table, which isn't great.
Yeah.
And obviously, he's very nervous about spades since he has an unstopped suit that the opponents have bid, or the
Although
opponents have shown.
the counterpoint to that is right hand opponent didn't double 2 spades, so
Right.
probably not getting a spade lead.
Oh yeah, unless you're off the entire suit.
Yeah, I mean, right, unless your left hand opponent has 5 solid, but
Right.
all right.
All right, so this will be a push at 3 no Trump, and
Well, 3
hopefully
no's
we'll have a
slam try and
hand.
clubs.
Oh, I didn't see that right.
So,
That's interesting. I would have thought that two spades was just two spades was clubs. It wasn't a range ask. I was assuming the two spades was a range ask or clubs, but it was not. It was actually a transfer.
okay, 3 no. Let's head back to the other room and sit here and wait. I wonder how many tables found the good club slam. I mean, it's like, yeah, it's a pretty good club slam, right? You're going to be able to right side it, but even if you don't, everyone's overcalling North Sand to show the majors, so you expect the spade hook to work.
Yeah. Well, I'm just looking at the frequency chart, and there's only one table that's finished. Well, not the second table finished it. So far it's 3 no trumps and no other results available.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the frequency chart button is great. That's a real upgrade over BBO.
Yep. Okay, who's actually the culprit? Because Rosenberg's at the other table in this match. So it's not them at this point. It's someone
Right.
else. I'm going to do some inspecting.
Well, it could be the other Rosenberg.
It is Nickel and Juicer. There are no
Oh, I think
Rosenbergs
Juicer.
involved in this match.
Yeah, Juicer I think is actually quite slow.
They're on board 25. Have we crossed 1 imp aboard yet? We're at 42 imps and we're at board 28. So barely. 1.5 imps per board.
Shockingly low score compared to the other matches. And like Brownlee and Woolsey are an action pair, right? It's not like this is just two teams of grinders generating a low score.
Right.
Well, I see the nickel match is slow at both tables. Although, as is Leibowitz Simpson, there's three tables still on the 10th board of the segment, and one of them is um, the Z and Corbell table with Rodwell and Simpson.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Well, one imp goes back to Rosenthal on this. Different opening lead in the other room. Still two boards to go. We'll get to board 29 soon. I promise. Here we are. And just
promise counts.
like Chris now has an 18 count, 5-5 in the minors. I want to go. Someone do this during the break. Find out the average high card points that Chris had during this set. I bet it's going to be like 13 or 14.
Yeah, it does feel like a lot, huh?
So we've opened a diamond.
And Rosenthal have gotten one in back for 520 instead of 490. So cutting the margin to exactly a red game swing.
Which we could see on this hand. A diamond, a heart,
Sure.
a no trump. Okay. Are we jump shifting to 3 clubs?
That's a good question.
Yep. This is, I guess,
Nope.
not anymore.
No, well, that is great for us. Right now, we can just double.
Yeah. I mean, we could bid 3 no.
That's also possible. Kind of similar to the hand that came up before, where we have the singleton heart, but it's a stopper, so 3 no kind of shows that.
Right. But Chris
That's
likes
funny. So
double.
Gavin bid 3 0 on a stiff heart. That was the queen, and here Lincoln is doubling on a stiff heart that's the ace.
It's, surprisingly, stiff ace is very similar to singleton small because they both have the effect that it's like a splinter in the suit, and so it's good for suit play.
Yeah, but a partner's already shown heart wastage by bidding a no trump, so you know, so this hand might the hand might just belong to 3 no trump because partner's values are unsuitable.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess it's actually possible partner doesn't have a heart stopper when he bids four clubs here.
I mean, I think similar to what we talked about with Gavin's decision when he did, when he bid 3 no with his stiff queen, Chris would not have bid 3 no if Gavin had doubled because one heart stopper isn't good enough when the opponents have 9 trumps.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gavin is all favored to have a heart stopper, but there's no reason why he has to. All he did was bid one no trump.
Well, we get to 5 clubs. We get a heart lead. Looks like a pretty good spot that we've ended up in. 3 no trump probably would have been okay, but no guarantee.
It's a little scary, right? Because you're going to need to take that diamond finesse, and you might end up losing 4 heart tricks at that point.
You could. I mean, we might expect Kit Woolsey to have the King of Hearts for his vulnerable bid, maybe.
Right.
Yeah,
as he did. But yeah, we're going to have to guess it. It's a little uncomfortable. This is much nicer.
Yep.
So nicely done by the Lincoln and Wolford, although probably not winning any imps for it.
Definitely not winning amps because the other table result was already in before we had finished play.
Yeah, that's atypical. This table's been ahead the entire rest of the set.
Mm-hmm. All right, 1 board to go, and then we will be on break for a little bit. So do we have any big updates in the other matches? Juicer is still a little bit ahead of Nickel. Simpson is still maintaining their lead over Leibowitz. Bailey has gotten on the scoreboard, so it doesn't look like they're getting completely smoked, but it's still 68 imps. 12.7 high card points average for Chris so far. That's an enormous amount. That is like so many standard deviations above average. I don't know what the average standard deviation would be. Let me. This is a terrible idea. I'm searching the internet for info on this.
Yeah, I have a reasonably good feel for statistics, but absolutely no academic experience in the field. Yeah.
Whoa. This is shocking to me if true. Hold on. This is
If
a
true,
Richard Pavlicek.
I would consider him an authoritative source. Oh yeah, he's got all those statistical things on his website, right?
Yeah, hold on. I'm taking a look. This website is just it's packed with a bunch of numbers. Um don't worry, I'm getting to high card points, right? I'm sure it's here somewhere. Nope. Was it at the top? Did I miss it? Yes, it was at the top. Huh. Well, for anyone who cares, I'm going to post the link in chat. They say the standard deviation is 4.13 high card points.
Seems incredibly high.
Yeah, that seems very high.
I mean, that's per hand though, right? Of course, and we're talking, over an entire 30, 15 board segment. So it's not quite the same.
Oh my god. Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you. My math mind was not working. I'm hungry. This is the problem. Yes, of course. The standard deviation over 15 boards is of course not going to be 4.13. It's going to be much lower. Yeah, you have
Yeah,
to divide by the square root of the number of hands. Thank you.
right.
Thank you. That's much better. Um,
Yeah, so that would still give a standard deviation of like 1.2 after 14 boards, or maybe a little less. And, so that's still two standard deviations away.
yeah, it's close to 3, I think.
Yeah, so that would be like like three is basically a 1/100,
Yeah,
right?
currently Killer Ducky N is
Anyway.
14 because we've played 14 hands. We will get a 15th hand, and Chris is once again going to pick up a 20 count with Gavin opening a no trump in front of him, as usual.
I think what standard deviations are 68%, 95%, and 99% for three-way.
99.5. Yep.
Yeah, so a 1 in 200 occurrence, more or less, having a set of hands like Chris did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so 1.1 for 14 hands is about right. Yeah, that's a good point. One under Trick Wonder. What are the odds of having 12.7 high card points and having partner open every hand?
Right.
Because that's
Yeah, like the partnership standard deviation is going to be even more extreme than that, given how many good hands Gavin has had.
mm-hmm.
Since high card points are kind of zero sum around the table, you would expect that the better your hands are, the weaker partner's hands are, but that has not been the case here.
Did I put up a prediction for this set? No, I did not. Whoops. People need to remind me. Chat, this is your job. Remind me to put up predictions.
Are you putting up in predictions or some other type of prediction?
I mean, my prediction for the third set, which I guess I'm going to do with Michael later, is whether or not they'll score more than 1 imp per board in this match. We won't even be watching this match, so people won't be fully invested in their prediction, but I will try and give an update every like 3 or 4 hands. I wonder what the odds are on this. It's probably like it's probably pretty evenly split.
Officially rolled from my job for the day just in time to not do any more bridge commentary.
Mm. But bridge commentary is so fun and great.
It is, but I have actually interesting plans this evening. I'm going to see a documentary that's like an hour long about the X Files and a Q&A with Chris Carter, who created the show, moderated by Joel McHale, who was Jeff on Community, which seems like an absolutely bizarre choice.
Well, that should be exciting.
I watched the X Files the first one. I'm kind of
No
excited for this.
fucking way!
Here we go, man.
Dude! He just has a 15 count. How does this happen? And the best part,
This is the
I mean, like, so for a bridge player who's actually sitting here playing, they're gonna be like fully invested in every board and they're gonna like pick up their hand, think about the hand. They're not gonna be like worried about any of this stuff. Like, oh, I picked up a bunch of like 13 and 14 counts and partner kept opening. Chris probably doesn't notice that anything weird has happened yet.
I'm sure he knows that he's held pretty well this set. But meanwhile, despite having, this probably much more than 1 in 200 now, right? Since he's actually above his average high cards for the set. He only has 6+ scores out of 14.
That's disappointing. Joel McHale will do almost anything for money. That has been called.
So, he had a one episode guest spot on The Bear. He played the tyrant chef that Carmi had worked for. And other than that, I feel like I've not seen much of him since Community ended, and that's close to a decade ago.
SJ the Kiwi, given that myself as
Wow.
well as Chris are omniscient about the 5-0 Trump split, I think we've done quite well to not crack back to 4 spades. I mean, we might still
Indeed.
lose like 8 million tricks on this hand because the clubs are running. Oh, God. Well, that's not good for us.
Indeed, it is not.
Wait, what is going on? What was South's opening club lead from?
I did not
So
see.
North is 5-5 in the black suits? That's what's happening?
At least, right? Well, I guess, yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Okay,
this
so
is
pitch a
gonna.
spade. Spade is a good discard, but it just doesn't matter. We can't squeeze South.
Uh, Lincoln's gonna finish this set pretty, pretty steamed.
Well, see, the thing is, 4 spades is might get doubled, so I think he's gonna be thrilled about this
Oh,
result.
that's true. Yeah. Yeah, it's, like he and Gavin have not had a good set, losing two double digit swings, missing a slam, getting to the wrong game on one of those hands. Yeah.
Yeah, it has been a poor performance for them. Yikes. Kit came up with a good lead.
Yeah, very. Yeah, he let a low diamond. I guess the still wasn't going to make it, but it would have gone a lot better for his, for Lincoln.
Actually, I think Teclair does make it on a low diamond lead. Maybe. I'm not. I'm not certain of that. But South might get squeezed in the red suits. Um, anyway, let's head to the other table. They are in. How would I know what contract they're in? Four spades, not doubled.
Undoubled, so. Yeah, so this will be a push, it looks like. Yep.
Yep. Push. So Bramley has taken the lead in that match by 13. Our other scorers, we got Fleischer doing quite well, although they were up a lot more. Bailey has fought back in the second set to only have lost the segment by 14. Simpson is cruising over Leibowitz. We might have to check in on that match at a later point. And
Yeah.
Juster had a big second set to take the lead over Nickel. I am going to go get lunch. So thanks, Craig, for joining.
Yep, I'm gonna head out.
Yep.
Yeah, so I might be around for the second half tomorrow. I have afternoon plans that may or may not stretch into the evening. So if I'm coming back and you're solo, I will let you know.
Sounds good. All right. Take care.
Cool. Thanks everyone for hanging.
Well, cut him off, but he's gone. I am going to shut down stream, but we will be back at the break. I'll think about who we're going to watch, and we'll be back in about an hour and 40 minutes, or an hour and a half, somewhere in that vicinity, for the second quarter of action in one of these matches.